searching begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome to Check Please. It is so good to see you all. Thank you for being patient on our little break. We are back.
Hello. And as usual and always, I'm your DM Beardy, and these are my lovely players.
Hello.
Lovely.
He says that like every time. My name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, wizard, ice boy extraordinaire, Owen.
Also potentially the god of death, yeah.
Yeah, it's just little everyday things. It's fine.
Yeah, just things. Yeah.
I'm Skrewy, a bone boy, fighter, undead? No, dead, not
Yeah.
dead?
You're undead.
You're undead.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Soon
Yay!
to be dead.
Don't
That
know
could
if
be a
I'll chew
re-dead.
that one.
If he's lucky.
This
Deadite.
is lovely player number 3. They're named Grem and they play Valentino.
Hello.
Incredible. I am Shane, and I play Xander, Starboy, Bloodboy, Herald of Owen, potentially.
Is it Xander or Harold? Come on, make up your mind.
It's the last
Okay.
name. Harold's the last name.
Yeah,
Xander Harold.
exactly.
Oh no, you're one of
I'm
those
revealing
first
it.
name, first name people?
Yeah,
Mhm.
double first names.
Oh,
And I am Xeno. I play a conglomeration of cloth in avian form named Zu'lin.
Wonderful.
There's only one sinewy pile of clothes in this.
He's a conglomeration. Okay,
Yeah.
not sinewy
Conglomeration
pile
of
clothes.
cloth.
I
Not
heard
sinewy.
conglomeration.
You,
I
And
mean-
there we did
Right.
it, everybody. We smacked the button. We made it 3 minutes in before the word "come" was said. That might be a new record. Well done, Keni.
That's me.
if you think your sinewy clothes culture is defined as culture, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, Vera
Yeah.
came out.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Happy
You know
Pride.
it's real then. Pride is over. Get it out.
Pride is never over, okay?
Oh,
That
okay,
is
bitch.
the internalized stuff we need to work
No,
through during a
the
break.
Pride is
Maybe
over.
we
This
should
is-
talk.
This is shame
'cause you
month.
have this
Yeah.
is
Oh, do we-
shame month.
Wait a minute, we gotta change our logo. No more rainbows.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, we
Mhm.
never changed the logo.
I want.
No need.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Oh,
we're
yeah.
already really gay.
What month is Sloth Month? That's the one I'm looking forward to.
I think you have to look that one up,
Mm.
baby girl.
December.
Okay.
Every month of the year if you want.
True.
All right. All right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, all right.
Fitz
No.
So what happened last time?
Yeah. So
Shane.
last time.
You got
Okay.
a recap?
So last time, yes, I do. So we started off in the library because we wanted to talk to Detlev and see if we could get any leads. So Louie decided to read everybody's favorite book that was written by Stavik that Stavik cannot remember, unfortunately, or probably fortunately. So Detlev was like, "Are you really sure you want to read that book? Nothing good's come of that book." And we were like, yeah, let's do it anyways. And so we decided to read the book. Spoiler alert, nothing good came of that book. We literally learned almost nothing, except we did sort of learn that there was a ritual that the nobles did that was supposed to like give them power and youth and stuff like that, but it all seems like gobbledygook and nothing really important. We learned that that was different from the ritual that Louie supposedly did that the rest of us don't really know about, and we did learn a little thing about a moth. We learned that the founder of the Death Whisper cult supposedly in his deepest meditations upon the nature of death and Owen, saw visions of a moth with crescent moons on its wings, and that was actually the inspiration for the Death Whisper cult. So the moth is connected to the Death Whisper cult, but in the opposite way, potentially, that one might think, where someone might think, oh, Death Whisper cult, moth, but it's actually the moth came first, and then the Death Whisper cult apparently came afterwards. So that's pretty interesting. After that, we decided that since Valentino had a date with Isabella, we should probably go to their estate to check up on that and potentially get some new leads. So we go to the estate and we decide to barge in, even though Isabella makes it pretty clear that she's only interested in seeing Valentino there. The servants don't really take very kindly to that, but thankfully Raphael is there to usher us into the music room after some argumentation between Bro and Louie about the fact that they should have like candy and sweets and stuff to provide for the poor people, us. While that's happening, Valentino checks out this really cool artistic space, which is full of naked people drawn very tastefully. Valentino has a massive bowl in front of his legs in a pinup pose because that is the only way to cover what he is packing. Confirmed by Xander later on, by the way. We also see some people that we didn't expect to be naked, like Clara, Captain Arno, and Vincenzo.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very interesting.
Yeah, they were all tasteful except for Vincenzo, which was just pornographic.
Oh,
No,
good to
I'm
know.
kidding.
Good
They're all tasteful.
Hands
They're all
behind
tasteful.
head, thrusting
Unfortunate.
forward.
Yeah, they were all named things that were extremely evocative and descriptive, like lady. Yeah,
Old man.
so that was pretty great.
Yeah,
Old man
Old man.
was one.
Yeah.
There was one painting that had just like a red painted splotch over its face, and Valentino was like,
Right.
I have ideas for what we can do for that face. And Isabella was like, oh, I already painted the face, but like, I didn't like how he was looking at me, so I got rid of it. And then she also demonstrated that she just cuts her arm open and bleeds and uses that as red paint because it helps her capture the ideas on the canvas, which is great.
Love that.
So
for her.
Valentino
Love that for her.
seemed a little bit concerned, about this behavior, but
she has a rack up healing potions, so she just
yeah, exactly.
drinks
it's
one of
fine.
those afterwards. It's fine. It's fine.
Besides, in her words,
fine.
art is supposed to hurt, which
Yeah.
I agree with. Like, if you've ever done art, like, even if you're not bleeding, like, I feel like you're hurting in a deeper way than just, like, a little bit of just blood
It's about
that you can
putting
heal with
putting
healing potion.
yourself.
I'd like
Putting
to put
yourself
a good
into that,
message
know?
out on our show and
called-
say the hurting is not the point.
It's not the point of art. Please
If
don't
it
hurt
happens
me.
incidentally, that's a thing.
Yeah,
You say that,
Um,
but carpal tunnel.
I have it.
That is true.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay, moral of the story is that Isabella is not necessarily the most reliable narrator. So take everything that she says with,
I feel like
Yeah.
a lot of us aren't. But anyways.
it's true.
Not me. I'm
Um,
100% reliable.
Of
Everything
course,
I say is
Yes,
Valentino.
true.
Of course.
Valentino has been completely
I'm only-
truthful about everything.
I am only unreliable because
Most
my
of the time
brain-
that you say anything.
Yes.
Yeah, shut
Yeah,
up, murderer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is.
Liar.
It is. I am lying only because there's something wrong with me.
Okay. That's
Said
That's like
everyone
everyone.
ever.
that's great. Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
see. Who
Okay.
in this party has something wrong with them? All of you,
Not me.
except
I'm
Valentino.
Yeah.
Valentino's perfect.
I'm just
Mhm.
surprised that when we saw the killer, that Skrewy didn't say, "Oh, it's Fred." I forgot to
Mhm.
mention him. He
Fred.
murders people all the time.
Yeah, it's my old buddy
Why?
Fred the murderer.
Fred the face
Murdering Fred.
ripper. Ah, you still doing the face ripping,
Yeah.
Fred? He's like,
Murdering
"Oh,
Fred, we
no,
call
no,
him."
Hand?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Okay, back on topic. Valentino had Isabella pry off that layer of red blood on top of the face, and saw a very, very creepy looking face that matched A of the circle. Definitely felt like he was looking through the painting, and so he contacted the other members of the party. Isabella was like, you want to bring your friends up here? So we all went up to check out these paintings. Louie stopped in front of the painting of himself, tastefully facing away from the viewer. He had some sort of reaction to what he saw, while the rest of us were looking through these paintings, one of which included Stavik, which almost nobody realized because very few people had actually seen Stavik's living form at that point. We decided to take that painting home because Isabella didn't like it looking at her, so she decided to just give it to us. At that point, Xander made a comment like, you know, the killer is probably waiting at home for us. And we all realized that the painting actually was of our office, somewhere in that office. So we decided to go back and actually find out what that spot was.
Xander also gave a gift to Lorenzo and Isabella, just saying.
Yes, Xander did give a book of poetry, Derhamish poetry, to Lorenzo called Geometry of Desire. What that's about, who can say really? But he, more importantly, gave a present to Isabella, which was a canvas that showcased a beautiful blood red moon with a raven with a sun hat in front of it with some amazing rim lighting, a sort of melting mountain in the background, and some trees that were kind of running away from the mountain at the base. She decided to hang it up really high in this nice, perfect spot in her studio. She also, speaking of things way up high, after Louie gave her a little present, she was like, "You shouldn't crush moths, Louie. You know, some of them can be helpful. You know, I painted some moths." And then we were like, "Oh, where are they?" And she was like, "Oh no, they weren't really good, so I burned them. But crushing them is bad. Yeah, don't crush them.
It's fine. Just burn them."
And then she gave us a whole bunch of stationery, which is like the most thoughtful gift ever. And then Louie's like, "You don't have to worry about like giving gifts. Like relationships don't need to be transactional, Isabella." And it seemed to go over her head, so we all left. And after we left, we went back to our office, discovered that the cell was where the painting was apparently from, discovered that it had an aura of divination, and so Stavik decided the most logical thing to do in this situation was to have a extended discussion / vent session with the painting.
While
so he did that for
himself
several hours.
in our jail cell, might I add, like he had it closed behind him. So
Yeah,
if
course.
like he had been attacked, it would have been really awkward because he'd have to have opened the door to get out.
Let me out!
Exactly. So we all kind of went about our things while Stavik was having this conversation, and then later on at night, the killer comes out and is like, "Hey man, like I understand that you've got like depression or whatever, and you're feeling really bad about like your art and stuff, but like it's actually a really good drawing, so like stop humble bragging, dude." And so I was like, "Oh, like this isn't actually my art." And he was like, "Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
You're less cool
are you
now.
Owen?" No, you're not. Are you the prison? Who are they? What
Oh,
do they
God.
do? The people who are lying to you about what you did in the maelstrom, which I dream about every night. It like tears at my mind. I'm going crazy. Like those are the people who did this all. Is it the nobles? I don't know who it is, but you gotta find them, man. Do you want to see what it's like?" And Stavik's like, "No. Yes. And so he experienced a little bit of it with the hand, and then the killer was like, "Oh, I gotta go, but I'll see you around, man. Yeah, later."
I can't.
And then he disappeared back into the shadows, and Stavik went upstairs and was like, "Hey, Xander, Louie, I talked to the killer, and someone has been hiding something from me. I don't know what actually happened in the maelstrom." And Xander was like, "Yes, I told you this 7 sessions ago, actually."
you dumb bitch.
And Stavik was like, "Whatever it is, I can handle it, I promise." So Xander went into his memory. I mean,
But from now on, we're all gonna do you with a French accent.
yes, exactly.
Damn, I
It
hate
happened
all
once. It happened once,
Yeah,
and it
then
needs
have
to
a
continue
German
happening.
accent. I still eat that. People keep
Exactly.
doing that for me.
So Xander and Stavik had a little heart-to-heart, and Xander rooted through his memories, did a little bit of spring cleaning, found this memory of just a recursive hell of pain for 70 years, and was like, "Stavik, this amount of pain could destroy anyone's mind. If you have the willpower to handle this, I suppose I could reveal it to you if you want." And Stavik was like, "Yeah, I've got a +2 modifier. So go on." And Xander was like, okay, I'm gonna lift it up and I'm just gonna put it on top of the stack. And it was like, just like the weight of a black hole. And it destroyed all of his memories and he went catatonic. And then Louie and Xander had a little bit of a moment. And Louie was like, I don't know what to do. And Xander was like, I don't know what to do either. Perhaps we should just leave him. And Louie was like, I have something I can do. And Xander was like, that seems dangerous. You shouldn't do it. And Louie was like, okay. And then he leaves and then runs back and then does the thing. And then Stavik wakes up and everything's okay, except he doesn't really remember that entire exchange.
That's really
He only remembers talking to A and then heading upstairs, but not everything after that, which is good. So then we all go to sleep. Some stuff happens. We wake up in the morning and then go to have an amazing poetry slam. We all have wonderful poems, which I will not paraphrase because, you know, poetry is all in the interpretation. And I don't think I should speak to what all the poems were about. But importantly, Louie was the winner of this poetry competition, and he had a great poem. Detlev thanked him and gave him an amazing gift, a gift certificate, gift card to the Blessed Oven, everyone's favorite establishment. And that is basically where we left off. Also, Nancy is the worst, and if the
Fuck
killer were to
Nancy.
take her out next, I personally wouldn't complain. So that's my summary.
You hear that, killer? Get her.
Mhm.
Go get Nancy.
Go get Nancy.
She deserves it.
Fuck that bitch.
Mhm.
Nancy deserves it.
I should have.
All right.
I should have voted for Nancy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shoulda.
Ooh.
Shoulda, but didn't.
Well,
Sorry,
do you
everybody.
think it would have changed anything?
No.
It was so close. It was like one vote off. Could have been. Could have been
Mm.
Nancy. Could have been Louie. Yeah.
Reminds me of several contests I've been in.
All of which
Several
Nancy
contests.
also participated
It's
in.
always fucking
Mhm.
Nancy. Well
Hmm.
then, we're in the library then, yeah?
That brings us to the present then. So yeah, the party is currently in the library.
The
You know,
library.
everybody's favorite library.
Library.
And here you are.
Mm-hmm.
So it is about after all of the lovely poems are read, and you know the snacks are out for people to kind of graze upon while they listen to poetry. It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's late afternoon, early evening, depending on how you see 4 o'clock in your own mind. And Detlev is, happily packing things away and cleaning up the library to put it back into its normal setup for regular guests here. But a lot of people are still hanging around and discussing various poetic themes and rhyme schemes and things like that. So that's where you all currently are, here in the library, 4 o'clock on March the 31st of the year 808.
Hey, Bastion.
Yeah, what's up?
Come here.
What would you found something funny?
Here.
What's that?
It's the gift card to the Blessed Oven.
But you won that. That was like the big prize.
Yeah, but you like it.
Okay, then like take me there.
Why?
Cause like it's your prize. I don't want to take your prize.
Well, I don't want it.
You don't want the prize?
I don't want
But
the
it was
prize. I didn't even really want to win.
Then why compete?
I just wanted to... Before it was a contest, I was already...
Oh, okay. So you just wanted to like share what was on your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want the gift card or not? Because otherwise I'm giving it to Valentino.
I mean, you can give it to Val if you want. Like I figured that, and if any of us are going there, we're probably all going there anyway. Usually, that's how things work out.
I guess I could just buy food for everyone. I just really wasn't planning on going back, to be honest.
I guess you could always sell it to somebody.
Oh, that feels kind of skeevy. I'd rather just give it, you know? I didn't make this money, so
Mm-hmm.
it feels
Well,
weird to
I think-
sell it, you know?
If you want to give it away, like I think Nancy's still around here somewhere.
Fuck Nancy.
Excuse me.
I'm so sorry.
Bro, did you just really say that? That's awesome. But you're right. Yeah, fuck Nancy.
Just don't look at me right now. Anyways, if you don't want it, that's fine. I
all
just thought
good.
you'd appreciate it. And Louie just takes a step away from him, giving more space.
In the time that everyone was doing their poetry reading, did
Mhm.
any of Zu'lin's experiments get finished?
I imagine yes. So, let's see.
Do you remember what
The-
was worked on?
Yeah, do you want to shoot me a quick message about that?
Can't believe we missed out on the glory that would have been Zu'lin's poem.
I am sad that Zu'lin did not join the poetry slam personally.
Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron.
Indeed.
Sorry, if
You would have won.
that's right.
Louie's gonna turn to the others. So, that's kind of out of the way for the morning. So, what should we do?
Xander is not with the rest of the group.
Where did Xander go?
I thought he was with you.
Huh?
I thought he was with you.
He's not with me. No.
Well, not like that.
What?
Anyway, Stavik, I wanted to talk to you
Yes.
about your everything you said up there.
Oh. Then it. Yes.
I hate a familiar place, but I need to tell you, your purpose is not defined by your past. It is defined by your present, and it comes from his side. There is much you can do yet.
I understand. It's when you live as one thing, and then it is ripped away. It is hard to let go of what you were.
Valentino's gonna put his hand out like he put it on your shoulder, but it's just on your knee. My friend, I understand what it's like to be out of place from your home environment. But it does come from within. You can create no purpose for yourself. In fact, I feel like you're doing that here. Let that drive you forward.
That was very
We need
sweet,
to catch
Valentino.
together.
Of course, I only am going to pass on what has been taught to me.
Do you mind if I ask if you've had a mentor before or several?
Mentor.
Well,
I
you
don't
said
know.
taught, so I.
Yes, I'm not sure that either of us have ever seen it that way. But I suppose you could say that.
What did you see it as then?
Well, she was her and I was me, and we didn't really need a reason to make it more complicated than that.
Okay. But Stavik, Valentino does have a really good point, actually.
I know. Just still, it's hard to.
Lean in, buddy.
It's hard to truly understand that you're now no longer I mean,
Well, I mean, you're kind of are still, though, at the same time, yes? I'm sorry, that was terrible. I'm just trying to be positive here. It's not really my strong suit.
it's okay.
You're doing
Hopefully
great.
I'll get to see them at some point. Just not right now.
Yes, it will come to you in time. This is not a realization that dawns immediately, but the things from your past do not tie you down. They make who you are, but they carry it with you.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that.
Of course.
So while you're having that conversation, you hear in the distance suddenly a series of raised voices a little bit away. And you look over and see near the entrance to the library, you see a few people standing there having a rather heated looking argument. One of them is Bastion, and the other one appears to be one of the members of the Poetry Slam competition, a middle-aged woman that you realize is Nancy.
Louie will start walking over immediately.
And as you're walking over to find out what's going on, you can hear Bastion say, and your poetry sucks, and it almost sucks as much as your attitude does. And as soon as he says that, she's going to slap him across the cheek.
Whoa.
Pivot and march her way out of the library, fuming and muttering things about the culture of this city degrading every day. It gets worse around here.
Louie's going
Bastion's
to
just
touch Bastion's shoulder. Are you okay?
Bastion turns kind of quickly to see who's standing there, and you see he's got the biggest grin on his face, and he already has the quickly appearing red marks of a hand on his cheek.
Ooh.
Hey, what's up, bro?
I just saw you get
Hey.
slapped because you were insulting that lady.
I mean, technically she started it, so it's fine.
Go on. Bless you. Skeleton.
Oh, Skelly
It's okay.
sneezes.
Someone I think is talking about me.
When you sneeze,
Xander
all he just
bleeds.
rattles.
What was she saying?
Oh, she was just talking about how she felt like this shit was fixed and stuff.
Oh,
Whatever.
She didn't think I won honorably.
Yeah, basically. And I was like, fuck that. No. Louis' poem was awesome. Your poem sucked. And then she was like, how dare you say that? And I was like, listen here. And I kind of gave her the business, you know?
You're weird.
Yeah. But then, she said that, and I was like, nah, no way. And then she got all upset, and I was like, truth. And then she's like, slap. And then left. So it's all cool.
Okay. Have you seen Xander, by the way? He was with us all just a bit ago, and he's not here.
Let me look around for him.
Don't
And
yell.
Bassman is going to look around the room and probably not locate anybody with that roll. So, I guess my question is, where did Xander go?
Xander is off by the reading nook that we tend to use when we look at the book that shall not be named.
Lovely. Well, in that case, yeah. Brent Bastion is definitely not able to find you. He just kind of looks around the front area where all of the people are currently. He'll look back to Louie and shrug. Sorry, bro.
Okay. It's fine. He always comes back. Like a cat. There's a There's a song about cats coming back. That I know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about this like owner that keeps trying to like kill his cat, and then it just won't die, and then it always comes back. As much as he tries to like I think one of the times it's like it gets like a cinder block tied to it and like thrown in the ocean, it still comes back the next day.
That's one very durable cat.
I stopped.
Oh yeah, that's totally Xander.
Hmm. I mean,
What are we talking about?
I don't know where Xander is, so I was asking Bastion if he had seen him, but he hasn't. And I haven't either, and I'm just... It feels prudent that we should stick together usually, you know?
I mean, you don't think something like happened to him, right? Like, we're in the library. Like, it's pretty safe here.
Well, I don't know if he left, really, you know?
Is this weird for you guys? I feel like whenever he's not in a conversation, he's just disappeared.
Well, And Louie will look up at Stavik and kind of give like an almost a shrug expression. It doesn't matter, anyways.
I'm sure you could find him of anyone.
Yeah, probably. Hey, Detlef? Louie just calls out into the air. Detlef.
Oh, hey, Louie.
There he is.
What can I do for you?
Is Xander still in the library?
Oh yeah. He's over in the one of the reading nooks. You know the one.
Yes. I
course.
do. Thank you, Detlef. I guess
Oh.
we'll go there.
No problem at all. Hey, if there's anything else I could do for you, you just let me know.
Yeah, Louie's going to take out a loose piece of paper and just write something down on it and then hand it to Detlef. I would like these prepared for me if you do not mind.
No, oh, sure. I might have to get some of the other folks out of here from the poetry competition, but I'll get right on it.
No rush, okay?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And enjoy your time at the library.
Always do. Alright, guys. He's over in the reading nook where we go, I guess. I guess this is a place we go. Yay.
I guess we are regulars now.
Oh, I'm a regular at least. At libraries.
So a lot of you walk your way over to the reading nook, and you find Xander there. What's Xander up to?
I would like everybody to make a perception check as they
Okay.
like get into that area.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we got some incredibly bad rolls all around.
All of them?
Yeah, all of them.
Hmm.
So the best was Bastion with a 16.
Hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
Shit.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So with a 16, Bastion would see as people like moved into the area and Xander registered some motion at the periphery of his vision, he grabbed something on the table and put it back into his pouch. Bastion would be able to tell that it seemed to be kind of like a reddish brown substance that was about like 8 inches tall and could probably intuit what the thing he was looking at was, but the rest of you would probably see either Xander just putting something into his pouch or nothing at all. But when you do look at Xander, you notice that he is bleeding a little bit from his nose.
Oh shit.
Xander. What did you do?
You got some good
What
shit
did I
back there
do?
without us.
That depends on what you mean by good shit.
Oh, does it now? So we
Indeed.
let a Penelope, a variety, as it were.
Indeed. Devil's Tongue, Fool's Rest, Starchrome, Black Lotus, Etherglass, I believe some
Right,
others as well.
So you're busting out the spider special with the rest of us back here.
I wasn't busting out anything in particular. I have not actually tried any of the goods from Spider, though I hear that he comes very highly recommended.
I've been saving him for when we catch the fucker, but as I've heard the same.
I suppose I was just reflecting.
Don't reflect too hard. It can be bad for your complexion.
He tilts his head as if not understanding.
Louie gestures at his nose.
He looks down at his nose and wipes the blood. And then shrugs lightly.
All right. Just try to take care of yourself, okay?
All right.
Well,
So,
where to today?
that's a really good question. What should we do to even find this guy? I mean, without someone knocking at our door and being like, there's another dead body, you know.
Well, as you know, I was able to coax them to visit.
I'm so sorry. Your accent just is really great in this language.
What the coax? That what's me? That's giving was it give it some giggles.
I'm so sorry. Whew.
Center oneself for the coaxing.
Oh my god. Stop. So what did you do to coax?
Well, what most one will do when you want to coax them, you talk them up. You especially when you want to get them to come.
Oh my god. No, too far. Too far. Too far.
Too far. Sorry.
No. It's fine, Stavik. It's just
Sorry.
you started sounding like Bastion then.
But how
Then
did
you want.
how did Ida cox?
Mhm. Well, they would make me a very, very filling meal.
I didn't get that one. I'm sorry.
That was out of character. My question anyway. That wasn't.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry. Anyway, so no, we could. I don't know. They seemed very interested in Xander, and we could try to get them to come to the painting again. This time on the opposite side of the bars.
Well, I'm hesitant to just lure him in with Xander. I don't want to make him bait, for one thing. That bothers me. But I wonder if maybe we could just ask him to appear, and then we just, like, stab him.
I don't recommend that.
Why not? I thought it sounds like a great plan.
There's 6 of us and 1 of him.
Yes.
If the fucker just sat still last time, I would have gotten him.
I'm sure. I'm sure you would have.
If those of us who actually, no, I suppose that's not necessarily true. If any of us are potentially willing to throw away our lives or unlives as they may be, then I suggest that person or those people should perhaps be on the front line of said assault. But I don't imagine that a sneak attack would go quite the way that you all envision it might.
And why is that?
Because you may just end up like Lombardos.
Lombardos doesn't hold a candle against me.
That's
Do
true.
women
much of anything.
normally?
I mean, he is dead, so like, yeah. I don't think he's gonna do much of
When
that.
he was fucking alive, dude.
Yeah, because he like walked around on a cane and shit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to be a pushover like that. Fucking limping gas.
From what we've seen, it doesn't really seem like there is very much pushing involved at all.
There's got to be a way to stop him.
There are several potential ways to stop him. I guess the question is, what does stop mean in this scenario? And should he be stopped?
I mean, he's been fucking killing people.
Has
Mhm.
We killed Lombardo.
he? That's true.
And those
Like, I don't
really
Gigarian
know.
worshippers.
Yeah, and those
And the
Gigarian,
Gigarian worshippers, they
investigators,
must
yeah.
be avenged.
I
Gigarian
suppose that is
demands
true.
justice.
And like, I mean, he's obviously done like some bad shit. So
And he seems a little unhinged and crazy, to be honest. Like, I don't even know if he knows what he's
So-
talking about.
Then, if that's the case, is he fully capable of understanding the consequences of his actions?
But if
Should
he
we be
keeps
killing
doing
him
them,
because he's incapable of understanding the gravity of that?
if the ability not understand his actions means that he takes more lives, then that doesn't make his life worth more than theirs.
I will also suggest that, to my knowledge, he has not killed a single individual in Luciana that wasn't put onto his path and killed because of our actions. So if we are to point blame at anyone, we should be pointing blame at ourselves as well. The Gigarian followers were only killed by him because they stumbled upon him while he was trying to do his work that seemingly doesn't involve actually killing people, which was our action. And Lombardo's only died because we had that discussion with him.
I did not kill any
And-
fucking Gigarian worshippers. He had the
I didn't
choice.
say.
It is his actions that brought them to this state. It's because of
It's
him that
true.
they're dead.
That is true. Though I will say, if you were at the feet of the claws of Gigarian praying, and someone broke into your temple with hostile intent towards your god, would you not raise your sword against them?
If followers of justice wished for me to present myself before Gigarion, I would trust in his judgment.
Understood,
If
but what
I
if they
was-
were followers of a different temple?
But they weren't. And that is important. They may not have been of his faith, but the matter is that if he had nothing to fear, the Gigarion would have judged him innocent.
I suppose that's true, and I am not asking this series of questions to defend him. I have no investment in defending his behavior. I don't believe it needs to be defended in any sense. I'm just saying that a lot of the things that he has done, a lot of those things have been reactionary reactions to
Let's see.
things that we have done.
I agree. I think it is wise that we no longer send anyone else in his path. We need to take care of this ourselves.
I
But
agree with
justice must be meet.
All right.
And-
So, oh, go ahead, Xeno.
At this point, Zu'lin will have concluded his experimentation. He's kind of whipping around a flask, mixing something. What about the individuals that have the marking? Isn't it a potential that he may have killed them? If I recall, they were not the nobles.
It is a potential, for sure. Though I believe Stavik said last night that he suggested he didn't kill anybody except those that were trying to actively oppose him, and random commoner women on the street, I feel, seem a little bit different than Gygarian worshippers and Lombardos. So it is a possibility, certainly. But with the information that we have so far, it seems that those are the only ones we can, with any sort of certainty, attribute to him.
He was very deranged, though. His logic was... It was sound in his own head, but it was deranged.
Now, did this man give you any direction, perhaps any lead that we could go after to find him?
Please, remember. I don't. This is me trying to remember the whole thing. No, I don't think they did.
Well, I guess he did say the thing about whoever's lying to you about your time in the Maelstrom is the one who did this to
Is-
Owen.
That's what I was thinking too.
Do you know who that
Well,
is?
We don't know who that is. Well, he showed me things and about that, and said that the person who's convinced me that the Maelstrom is not what it actually is would be the one we should be after.
But Stavik doesn't seem to have any knowledge of who said person is.
I wanted to talk to you about that. I wanted to do some research on...
You don't
mind
know who
control.
told you what you believe to be the Maelstrom?
No. He showed me what he believes to be the Maelstrom, and I have my knowledge of what the Maelstrom is, and it is in direct opposition to that.
I will say, for the record, that my understanding of what is going on and what Stavik experienced in the Maelstrom matches that of A.
Oh,
Oh,
his
sorry.
name. Sorry.
Ah.
I thought
A.
there was more to the sentence. I apologize. Is there...
Should we start calling him like Alpha?
We could call him Alpha. Maybe Asshole could work too, since it's of a circle. Just saying. It's a possibility.
The A of the hole. I like that.
Yeah, it's like an a-hole.
I could have another try at a conversation with them.
On your
With you
own.
guys in the wings. On my own,
Oh.
yes.
I mean...
It's just you guys would be out of sight and would help me if necessary.
It's a good start. I think we need to set a trap, so this sounds like a good start to that.
I mean, that's what I was thinking too, to be honest. A trap.
Did not go quite well last time.
I mean, we
Indeed.
didn't set a trap last time either.
Yeah, his trap for us didn't go very well. I agree.
Wait, which trap was that?
Was Lombardo's a trap for us?
Yes.
I don't think it was a trap.
No. No, I don't think it was a trap. I think he was just watching, really. and waiting
Seems-
to. No, I wouldn't say it's a trap. He just wanted to talk to us, or
Well,
at
he
least
didn't even
one
know
of
who we
us.
were when he appeared. He seemed very confused by our existence at the same time. I mean, how
That
reliable
also-
is this guy in any
He definitely
information he
attacked us,
spouts?
These fucking shadow things definitely went for us. We didn't attack him.
That is true. Though I suppose you did fire your grappling hook
I
at
am
his
master
face.
fiend, of course.
That is true, and it was a
If-
very impressive feat of dexterity, which I think is commendable.
It was kind of
Mhm.
cool.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, did we get the mask?
No. He like held onto it with one
Yeah,
hand, so it
but
was
it
pulled
still
off his
got
face,
pulled
but he
off.
kept it.
Yeah.
What a dick!
Yeah. You pulled it off of him, though, so you saw that he was like a person.
Wish you could have
Mhm.
gotten it so I could put it on me as tiny Stavik, following Stavik around.
Mhm. Mhm.
Wait, could I fit you inside my chest? That'd be wild.
Don't love the idea, but you know, in the right situation.
I would suggest that Stavik's bones should not be separated, and any attempts to potentially stuff Stavik in a way that might cause the average person pain should likely be avoided for his own sake.
I see. Yes, well.
I mean-
Rib cage could never contain my power, so that's probably good advice.
Precisely. You wouldn't fit.
He has a male bone structure anyways. There's no natural change for it, and you're not even small enough to be a large baby, so it really wouldn't work. I'm sorry, Stavik, you just don't have the pelvis for it.
That could be altered,
God, what the fuck?
but that's a different conversation.
With like a chisel?
I was going to suggest with magic, but I suppose his pelvis could be altered with a chisel. I was going to say that his hips should be much wider, though. So a chisel wouldn't really help much with that situation, I believe.
Oh,
Although if a
Why are we-
substance that could potentially make your bones more malleable were implemented over a course of weeks, we could potentially make them form with some physical obstruction.
like cucumbers.
Do you have that much? Oh, what is that chemical called? It starts with an A.
Acid.
Sure.
I don't think we should be putting acid on you, Stavik. Just an honest.
I was thinking ammonia. I think ammonia
Uh.
in liquid form can make bones very rubbly.
I don't-
have plenty of ammonia. It's a
Stavik,
key ingredient in
you're not made out of
many of my
bone.
productions.
Stavik, you're not fucking made out of bone. You're made out of other shit. What the fuck?
Oh, that is that. Oh, a side note, Zu'lin, if you want to do some tests, did you do all
what?
the tests you need on that you need for that you were inquiring about my person?
Oh, there's plenty of tests I would love to implement.
Such as?
Yeah, go
Well-
ahead. Tell us.
Well, to start, I would love to receive some samples of his bones and run some tests on them.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
A simple procedure. I can promise you that.
Mm-hmm. Delightful.
I see.
mm. Well, sounds interesting.
Are you certain that it won't have any negative consequences for me?
I think I would actually hold off until until we separate our current situation.
What situation would that be? I'm sorry, I'm not quite clear on whatever it is you were referring.
When Stavik performed the ritual, I believe we became linked. And Stavik is probably at the heart of what happened that time that I was expelling blood from my stomach.
So you think that Stavik did something to turn your stomach in a knot?
I don't believe that Stavik did something to do that per se, but I do believe that because of the ritual that Stavik did, that was the consequence, if that makes sense. I'm not fully certain of the details yet.
Quite interesting. So tell me, during combat, when his bones are nicked, what kind of effect does this have on you, Xander?
I'm not completely sure. I haven't done my full gamut of tests, but I did discover that under certain circumstances, what he is reacts to my heartbeat.
So let's say if he were to lose a finger, would it cause a bone in your own finger to perchance go missing?
I don't believe that is the case as of my current experiments. I also, being somewhat of an experimenter like yourself, wanted to test some things out. It doesn't seem to be a one-to-one connection between us. Like I explained before, sympathetic magic often works in symbolism. So the damage could be mental, it could be spiritual, it could be damage of a kind that I'm not even able to fathom. Though I believe my heart beating along with him, or rather, him beating to the sound of my heart, does prove that there is a connection there. I'm still not sure what that connection is. Perhaps you can help, Zu'lin.
It would pique my interest highly. I can guarantee any help I can be.
That's wonderful, Zu'lin. I actually had an idea. Last night, I discovered an interesting use of my abilities. I unfortunately was not conscious for most of the time that I was vomiting up blood because I was in extreme pain and duress. But you were available at that time and you healed me, and I am very grateful for that. I was wondering, would it be possible to allow me to look through your eyes and relive that experience from your point of view so I can see if there's anything magically that I can detect about the situation? I think that might be a way for us to get more leads, since you suggested whatever happened to my stomach seems similar to whatever happened to those girls.
Now, how does this ritual or of sort function?
It is another form of sympathetic magic. I resonate my soul with yours. You allow me permission to experience or see a memory of yours, and I see it as you saw it. Or I suppose I'm not quite sure if I see it as you saw it, but I see something.
Okay. Let's see. Now, is it, would it be me remembering such memory, or are you able to sift through them?
I believe I am capable of sifting through them, but I would not be able to do such without your permission, nor would I attempt to do something like that.
If you think that you could glean more information, I suppose I could enter into such a contract.
All right.
I must say, though, that you shouldn't be rooting around, as some of the formulae that I've been working on is quite delicate.
Understood. I will be careful not to root around too much in there. It will help if you think about the memory, the situation, the feelings that you experienced, the thoughts that you had in those moments. That might help me locate the memory faster.
Is there anything in particular I need to do other than remember?
Would you care to hold my hands?
Zu'lin will put his hands out.
Xander will take his hands and just clasp them. I find that touch can be very helpful for things such as this. And he's going to open his eyes, and he's going to look at Zu'lin. And Beardy, I'd like to, if Zu'lin is willing, see what he saw during the time where Xander was operated upon.
You got it. So what can happen then is you will do so. You activate that spell, and you will gain an insight into the memory of your boy Zu'lin.
Okay.
And I would say that the entire operation looks... Now, am I able to cut portions of this memory?
I mean, it's a shared memory, right? Like we're talking about. Is what's the specifics of the spell? I guess I should ask.
So let me message you, Beardy.
Go ahead and splash that out at me.
Hi there.
And,
This is a great time to tell the audience that you should like and subscribe, or any of the other things that you're doing on
boy.
Twitch or YouTube or Spotify or iTunes if you're listening. This
thanks,
is
Keni.
me just vamping. Thank you. I love you
Thanks,
all.
Keni. So So basically, you're going to be able to select the memory in question and share that with the person observing your mind. So I would say it's a lot like a VCR control. So you can kind of fast forward if you want to.
So it's the entire thing is going to go pretty smoothly. It's the incision, everything. Excess blood is being tapered off so that some of it can be collected, so it's not being wasted. But you can see the stomach itself is literally turned in a impossible way. So you can see him make the incisions. You see him putting stitching after he has turned it around and applied some of his healing concoction on it. Afterwards, he will start putting everything back together, and the memory will hard stop as soon as the stitches and all the healing have been implemented.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Yeah, basically the as soon as you hit stop on that mental VCR, that is going to end the spell.
Okay. Question. Was that before Xander burst awake?
Was it Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just from my perspective. Okay. Okay. Sure. Xander will let go of Zu'lin's hands, and I suppose Beardy. Is there anything about that seems pertinent, explainable, like magical? Anything that he can sense from that memory? Anything like that?
As far as what had befallen you, or as far as how it was repaired?
Yeah, I guess like how it was repaired, and particularly I am curious about whether it matches in some sense what happened to the women. Like if the organ was just like removed and not like put back in, does it seem like it would have the results
It-
similar to that?
Well, I mean, it was odd, certainly, because it didn't look like there was any kind of scarification or incision marks or anything. It was almost as if your stomach had always been that way, completely twisted in an impossible way. So it was
Okay.
like reality had somehow altered itself inside your body to cause internal organ damage like that.
Fascinating.
Now,
Okay.
as far as Zu'lin's correction of that, it was fairly simple, like actual surgery. There was an incision, cut the bits apart, unspun them, reattached them, and then applied healing magic after that to sort of get everything to heal itself back together rather.
Okay.
So it is certainly similar, at least in the potential to be from the same source.
Sure.
But it's not entirely clear. I guess I'll put it that way. So
Understood.
it certainly does look like the initial injury that, as you saw it through Zu'lin's eyes, did not have anything about it that looked like there was an indication of where the problem started, or like there was no initial scar or injury or anything like that where it would have been detached and then spun. It looks like it simply grew that way wrong somehow, even though it obviously wasn't like that before it happened. So
Understood.
Yeah.
Follow-up question to that. Did it seem like the blood was similarly impossibly coming from nowhere, or did it seem like because of how it was attached to the rest of the organs, the stomach was just naturally bleeding because of that?
Oh, the stomach was naturally bleeding because of like the fact that stomach lining was being like rended as it was being twisted. So it was a messed up situation. And you were certainly like, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
In that case, Xander will let go of Zu'lin's hands and say, "Thank you for sharing that memory with me, Zu'lin. It was very instructive, though I feel like it ended a little bit abruptly."
Well, that was the end of the operation.
I suppose so. I guess I did wake up after that. I see. Well, I suppose it is a possibility that the person who is targeting these women has very advanced medical skills and some sort of magic that is maybe on your level or more advanced and could be healing them in that way, or perhaps they're using another method. But we do have a woman who was claimed by her family that we could look into and perhaps understand more about the situation.
That would be a quite good way to start. As I said, we know far more about the issues with the nobles' corpses and next to nothing about these other ones.
That is true, and it still is strange that the symbols on the stomach don't appear in Stavik's book, nor do they seem to be made by someone who has experience cutting flesh.
Stavik, did you by any chance talk to the killer. I suppose we can put that in quotes in a question mark for now. But did you ask him about any of the victims? No, the non-nobles, at least.
He doesn't believe he's killing is the problem. He doesn't think of what he's doing as murder. Is the issue. I think if I get to talk to him again, I think I could get him to maybe let us in, as it were. Just help us to understand why those individuals. What did they do?
Zu'lin will nod. It is still possible that maybe he has not killed any of the former victims.
Yes,
But of that I cannot say without more information.
I would suggest that though his information seems to be somewhat reliable, very few things that he has said so far have proven to be untrue. And a lot of his theories about what is going on seem to match some of our theories. So for the time being, I don't see a reason why he would lie about killing these people. There's really nothing to gain. He admitted to killing the Gigarian worshippers. He admitted to killing Lombardo, so why would he lie about killing these other people?
Is there anything else?
No. Then. A thought I also had, since we are delving into mind and things, is it possible to, and looks over to Louie,
He's not there.
is there, oh, that's right, sorry, looks to Xander then, could we potentially, look to protecting myself from being controlled by nefarious individuals?
Well,
such as
how...
necromancers and all that kind of stuff.
I see. So I suppose my question is, how confident are you in your willpower, Stavik?
Well, we have the answer to that question. The question, does Stavik know the answer to that question?
I could never say no to a cookie.
Actually, that's a. Would you know, like, if you had low willpower, wouldn't you know that you had low willpower? You'd be like, yeah, I am generally not feeling up to it.
I mean, he has
Roll
grabbed
eight.
things from, like, a lot of places that we've been.
I don't know. I feel like
I'm going to say
Stavik's got the willpower to survive, to handle like any kind of crushing trauma, no matter how great.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But does he have the willpower to say no?
Okay. Xander is
I think
going
that's a
to
better
reach
question.
out, and he's going to, like, flick his hand downwards, and he's going to say, kneel. And I'd like to try something.
Go for it.
Just messaged you, Beardy.
Mm-hmm.
To
Oh
Stavik.
God.
All right.
I
all
cast
right.
Shatter on his knees.
Yeah. It's just a little test.
Okay. So what I want you to do is, I want you to roll a d20, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
want Stavik. I would like you to roll a will save.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that's a 2. Good job,
Okay.
Stavik.
Good job. All right. So, You do that, and you can feel this energy inside of yourself that you tap into, and you do your best to use that energy to affect your will upon the world around you. Stavik, you feel absolutely nothing. He just says, "Kneel," and you don't really feel any compulsion to do that.
Oh.
So my question is, would you like to kneel?
He would be very bewildered, but like, okay, I guess. And he would kind of like slowly, like, very very puzzled look on his face. Am I looking for something?
Are you looking for something, Stavik?
I don't think so.
I suppose the test was a failure and a success then.
Oh.
Pat Stavik on the shoulder while I can.
Well, I imagine that very few people, even if they are necromancers, would immediately be aware of what you are. So there is some safety there.
So while you're describing that, we're gonna just shift the camera real quick. Louie,
Yeah, what's up?
you about halfway, not even halfway through that conversation, you dipped out without anyone else realizing it, and you began to read some books. Would you let us know what you found?
Yes, I would love to.
Okay, cool. So, would you mind sharing what you're researching?
So currently I am researching the powers that A of the Circle was using.
We can call him A-hole for short. It's
A-hole. I was researching A-hole's magic powers.
fine.
And, I was trying to discover his prostate, I guess. I was trying to discover
Okay.
like the origin of his magic, since Xander didn't seem to really understand how that magic worked either, but that guy also seemed to think that him and Xander were similar. I was just trying to like delve down and figure out what the fuck was going on.
Well, so you rolled a couple of knowledge checks there.
That is correct.
Researching to try and figure out if you could find out, just generally speaking, the kinds of abilities and powers that he's showing.
Yep. I
And
rolled
you got-
a 28 for religion and a 22 for arcana, and I believe if I am in a library I get a plus 10 situational bonus.
You get a bonus.
I get a
Yeah,
bonus and you determine that.
you
Okay.
get a bonus. Yeah. It's based on the library, but yeah.
Gotcha.
So you are going to take a look at the stuff. You spend some time reading. Bastion kind of goes along with you, and he'll try to help out. So he's gonna.
He's
He-
there for
he rolled a
moral
couple of-
support, let's be honest.
He rolled a couple of checks to see if he could assist you. He passed.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's only a DC 10 to pass an assistance check. So he's going to bump your 28 religion up to a 30, and then you get the library bonus on top of that. So you spend some time, and you find an interesting little series of books. You're scouring through them rather quickly, because you're a pretty quick read anyway.
Oh yeah, I can use skim on myself too to make it a quarter of the time.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
No, skim, full fat only.
Yeah.
I mean, I like skim milk, but okay.
I don't understand why, because it's just like
It's
like
fine.
chalky water.
It's just fine. It makes me feel not
It's
as
just
bad for
white water.
drinking milk.
Mm. I like homo
You
milk, personally.
I like almond milk.
It's a Canadian thing.
Yeah.
Bag
I'm
milk.
also a fan of almond milk.
Don't feel
Anyways.
so
But anyway.
bloated.
Milks aside,
When I saw what
Uh,
they do to those almonds on the farms, I couldn't drink them.
Oh my
yeah, the way they attach the milkers to their little
Okay.
teats.
Tell me
Poor
what the
almonds.
fuck I found.
What you find is,
Yeah.
as you're reading
a lot
these
of books about almonds.
I hate
yeah, you find a whole treatise of almond books.
I hate you. I hate you. I
Yes.
hate you.
There's a long letter in there that's just about the awful conditions on the almond farm. But I'll get back to it. What you find after having cast skim and reading through these at 4 times normal speed, you manage to get through a chunk of these books relatively quickly, and you find some accounts of people that utilize various kinds of magic to be able to interact with shadow as if it were both a material thing that they could sculpt and change, as well as also interacting with it as like a gateway. So being able to travel through a shadow as if it were a portal or a door. And it definitely seems like that's what this a-hole was doing.
Can I figure out how to reverse engineer it?
Well, it's a series of spells, but the odd thing is he was clearly not casting spells in the traditional sense.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't like saying the arcane words and waving his hands about. He just kind of had this like weird mummified hand, and he would just kind of hold it up and it would glow green, and then things would happen. So he was clearly using some sort of shortcut or spell-like ability rather than a spell.
Okay.
But it was emulating those sort of shadow manipulation and shadow traversal spells.
Okay.
So you would also realize or know already that kind of magic is very potent, expensive, and rare typically.
Mm-hmm.
So to be able to do that is a pretty wild thing for most people. And you're not really sure why he has a desiccated, mummified right hand, but that does seem to be at least the focal point of his power.
How easy do you think it is to chop off someone's arm?
I mean, like legitimately? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got some questions. So, like, how are they holding their arm?
Mummified.
Okay. What kind of weapon do we have? What are we working with? Like an axe?
What we
like,
have right now. Your
so like
daggers,
maybe...
and Louie just summons his sword.
Okay, it would probably be like Stavik then.
Probably
Would be your best
Stavik.
bet.
Yeah, he got that big sword.
He got that big sword. Yeah.
Yes, but it's not adamantine relodyne grade, so.
No.
And I'm not thinking that this guy is gonna just like have his arm out for us to chop off. Like I feel like.
So we gotta like hold him down or shit? Because like
You'd high five.
I don't know if we're gonna get
try.
a chance to hold him down, to be honest.
Okay.
Whatever the case is, his power's probably coming from his arm, that little mummified hand thing. Ugh. Sorry, I thought about what it looked like. It was gross.
It kind of looks like a corpse hand, right?
Mm.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gross.
Don't you hate when you bring a boy home and he just has corpse hand?
Corpse hand.
Sounds like honestly,
Great.
it sounds like a Beatles lyric to me.
I'm trying to figure out if maybe if I could teach myself to like. No, I don't think I can based on how he's doing it. But I was hoping that maybe with understanding how he manipulated the shadows, that I could in turn reverse manipulate them and instead cause him to hurt himself with them. But I don't think I'm strong enough to do that, and I think he's too strong in contrast to avoid me doing that in the first place, even if I did figure that out. So I don't have much luck there. He was scratching his face a lot, though. What if, while he had it up, we just bat it, you know?
Like just hit him real hard with the sword or something?
I don't know.
I mean, like, that's usually a good way to kill people.
Well...
I mean, if it works, right?
Question.
I'm down with that.
Do you
Here's
think...
the plan. We hit him with a sword.
Do you think it would be a good idea to try and like kill this man or work with him?
I mean, he's like the killer, right?
Yeah. I think so.
So why would we work? What, are we?
Well, I
I
don't
don't
want to
think
work
we're gonna
with
become
him, but like
killers, right? Like, I don't want to become the killers, like buddies.
no, I don't either.
I mean, he's just crazy, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Fuck him.
But do you think we're... I want you to take this seriously. Just this one question for today.
Seriously. Here we go. Serious.
Do you think us as a group would legitimately be capable of taking him down? Or do you think we'd be fucking screwed?
I mean, it depends. Like, if I'm being honest, it'd be a tough fight. Because that's, like, the way he just kind of does shit is a little bit weird. I don't like it.
Okay.
But, like, if we get in there...
It's just like... I feel like we would have to plan this out really well because I know Valentino's kind of like almost gone down like every time we've had a little fight thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, I feel like it's really hard for you two to like really get into the whole back and forth. I'm on one end, you're on the other, stab thing that you do. And I'm just like, I don't want to risk any of us. Not that I care about any of you, but I don't.
I mean, hey, first of all, don't lie. Second of all, what we're doing here is risky. Like, this whole job we've been on is risky. I think we're all kind of, at this point, okay with that. Like, I think we all know that this is a risky job, so, like, it's fine. We'll be all right. Or we won't. Either way, we know that we knew the risks, and, like, sometimes shit goes sour. And if shit goes sour, you know, it was a pretty fun time.
Can I be honest with you?
I thought we were being serious already.
Okay. Well, you told me not to lie, so.
Okay.
If it does look bad, like I'm in danger, I think I'll just leave.
What does that mean?
I would run away.
Okay. So, like, if it was down to, like, a situation where it's like, oh, man, like, we need Louie's help.
No,
Valentino,
like if almost all of you are down.
Like, Valentino would never. Like, oh, Zu'lin's down, and, like,
I don't really.
bad things are about to happen, but only Louie can save the day, and Louie's standing there. You'd, like, rather than helping, you'd, like, run away?
I'm saying if it looks bad, like we're gonna all definitely die, then I would leave. But
I mean, if we're all gonna definitely die, how would you be able to leave? Because wouldn't that
I would
mean
rather
that
not
you
say.
wouldn't- Okay. I don't understand.
It's fine.
These are very strong words for the person who's going to die second. I say second because Valentino's going to get stabbed twice and die.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or once, potentially.
Valentino's been stabbed a ton of times, and Valentino's still fucking here. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right.
I just can't risk dying. That's all.
I mean, all right. I mean, I don't think any of us like want to die.
No,
don't really
most
understand
people
what
do
your
not
point
want
is.
to die.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
I
don't understand
your
why
point?
you don't understand what I'm saying. Actually, I do. Never mind.
Well, I guess it's good to know that you don't have our back if shit goes bad. That we can't
I
count on
do.
you. Is that like that? Is that what you're telling me?
Bastion.
That's kind of like what you're saying. At least that's what it sounded like. If I'm not understanding you right, then like tell me.
Hey,
What's
I
up?
need you to shut the fuck up for a second and just let me talk.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What I am saying is that if it
Mhm.
looks so bad that anything I do will not actually help, I will leave. However, I'm not going to leave until I realize that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but like, what if somebody like uses some freaky magic to make you afraid, and you think that you're gonna be doomed?
Okay,
Does that mean you
then
would
I
just
don't really have
bolt?
control over that, you know? That's just like a fucking spell. Notably,
Right, but like, if you weren't ever gonna bolt in the first place, then you wouldn't bolt from that spell either. But if the spell makes you think that you're doomed, and you already have it in your mind that if you're doomed, you're gonna bolt, then that spell would make you bolt, right?
if we're speaking
I'm just saying.
on a fear-affecting mind control spell, one,
Sure.
spells affecting my mind a little harder to deal
Yeah.
with.
Okay. Okay.
They don't really do shit. But anyways,
Yeah. But if you have like an ability ready to make you teleport away or something.
I don't have that. I have someone who can come get me, but I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Who?
My mentor.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've met them.
No, none of you have.
Okay. Cool. I guess. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, you would always tell me, like, oh, Bastion, you keep secrets all the time. You're such a secretive person and never tell me what is going on in your mind. And then you, like, say stuff like this, and I'm just like,
All right, my
maybe
mentor's
Louie's a
name
little
is
bit of a hypocrite.
Jemmons. I met him when he saved my life and stopped every
Mhm.
bad thing that had been happening to me.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want?
Nothing?
No, ask your questions. Ask your questions, special boy. Go on.
You brought me over here. I was helping you read some books. And then you started telling me, like, hey, by the way, I'm going to run away if shit goes bad.
You wonder why I don't want to tell you things then.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to tell me otherwise. Like, if I'm
I was just trying to
misunderstanding
be
this-
fucking honest, dude.
Okay. Thanks for your honesty.
You're
It's
fucking
appreciated.
welcome. I hate you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I fucking
great.
do.
Nah. So, okay. So do we, like, tell everybody else about what we found about this magic shit?
It doesn't even fucking matter.
What? Like,
Leave me
cutting his hand
alone.
off seems like a decent idea. We just gotta, like, get him into a position to do it.
You... God. You are
What?
insufferable and I want to choke you.
I'm trying to keep us on task.
Okay. And what do you suggest, Bastion?
What's your plan, bro? Like, I don't know, like, if we, like, Stavik seems to be able to, like, get this dude to show up all the time, which is, first of all, kind of fucked. But second of all, maybe we have him use that, and then we all kind of just, like, jump out and we're like, get him! You know?
Louie's just staring at Bastion.
What? It's not the worst plan.
It's not the greatest either.
I didn't say it was. But you kind of put me on the spot there, so I was like, yeah, here's what I got.
Oh! Fuck you!
What?
Fuck you and your entire persona that you just
What did I
put
say?
forth. Stop blaming me for everything.
I'm not blaming you. You're the one that said, "Hey, tell me your plan." I'm like, "Okay, well, here's what I got. I I put
Oh, but
4
I
seconds
put you
of
on
thought
the
into it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make conversation of what the fuck's going on because the shit's kind of serious, and I was just being fucking honest, and you're just
Yeah,
being
you're
a
like, here,
dickwad.
you come up with a plan in 4 seconds, and then I'm gonna judge it and tear it apart. It's like, cool,
You're
good
literally
job, I
the
guess.
worst person on this
Congratulations.
entire fucking plan.
Can the rest of us hear this at this point?
Oh, yeah.
At this
We're
I
point-
just
don't
yelling
have
in the
perception on
library.
that.
We're just yelling in the
Yeah.
library. You don't need a perception for that.
Yeah, there's no perception check required. You guys can just hear the two of them arguing at this point. They're like
Xander
a
will
couple
walk
of
over.
tables over. Like
Likewise.
I
there's
hate
dividers
you
between.
So fucking
Valentino
much.
probably trying to make
Why?
his
Do
way
you,
over.
what
from
is
the
this
back.
about? Like
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Ugh.
What
You
are
asked my
talking about?
opinion. I gave it, and then you tear it down, and then
No.
act like I'm a bad person for sharing my opinion.
I didn't ask you for your fucking opinion on my plan. I just asked you for your fucking plan, and then I told you my fucking plan, and then you're acting like I'm fucking crazy, and I'm tired of people doing that to me.
I never said you were crazy. I just don't understand why I'm getting so much judgment for something that I literally put no thought into.
Would
I don't have
it
a plan.
be
Gentlemen.
beneficial? He'll point to Valentino.
What are we arguing
Hey.
about here?
Hey, everybody. Oh, I don't know. We found some stuff in here in these books about what we think this dude might be doing. This a-hole guy, what might be doing, and you know, kind of trying to come up with some way to like deal with him or something.
Oh yes, I've been thinking of plans as well. What have we got here?
So Louie's plan, which is it's a decent plan. We just got to like work out some kinks in it. We want to think maybe cut off his hand.
So like there are
My
many kinks in
plan?
this plan.
That was your plan. You said to cut his hand off. That was your
not your
plan. Was that not your plan? Now I think I'm going crazy. Am I hearing shit?
Are you done?
What was your plan? Because I swear you said it was to cut his hand off.
I said there is a chance that all his magic's coming from his hand, and if it was
Yeah.
possible, it would be great to cut it off. However, I don't
Yeah.
see an optimal way of doing that.
Okay, but so I was right. It was to cut his hand off. All right, cool. It's a
We
good
can
plan.
definitely set that up.
We
Actually,
just got to do it.
there is an opportunity, I think.
What,
Go ahead,
bro?
Stavik.
Why are you getting so worked
Don't
up?
touch me.
I'm not
Perhaps
touching you.
there might-
I'm over
there-
here.
Yes.
Gentlemen, let's not let strife divide us. We are at the cusp
When
of victory.
he asked, when A asked to show me the maelstrom,
Yes.
he wanted to use his hand either on my head. If I could get him to shake my hand, that would.
But you have the best amount of strength of actually chopping off his arm.
Yeah, so one hand in one and then
Can you
That sounds like a
angle it
good
that
idea.
way? It's a big sword. I couldn't do it.
He's
I'm
got
gonna
the
be
shield in the
honest.
other, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I wouldn't have my shield.
Well, right, yeah.
But
All right, well, that
think-
sounds like a good start. I don't know how we're going to get him to shake your hand. Are we going to do business with him?
I could ask him to show me more.
Are you sure
Okay.
it's not going to disable you?
I just
Therein lies the problem.
Well, I had an idea for a plan as well. And it's not really mutually exclusive to anything else we've been saying, so I think we can make this all work together. He's been disappearing into shadows and making shadows attack us and all that shit, right? So all we
Yes.
have to do is get the jump on him in the well-lit area. If we can make it
Yes.
look spooky at first, and then, boom, just light everywhere.
That is a good idea. However, since we don't know how the shadow powers specifically work, what's to say that he can't create shadows in an area that there was nothing to begin with? What if his power creates shadows? Not saying that it does, but
It did not seem to earlier, but it's possible, I suppose. It depends how much it can overpower the light.
yes.
If we find a place that to do this, we can lure him somewhere that the city is
Could you
forgotten
put
about.
him in the sky?
What?
if you put him in the sky, there would be no shadows.
Okay, but how the fuck are you going to do that? You're a strong
Put-
dude, but I don't think we can throw him that far.
No,
I suppose he
but
could be
if
levitated.
If you could somehow transport him into the sky, there'd be
I
no
got you.
shadows for him to.
I'm not that good at magic. I don't know how to do that. Or,
I could do that, but you wouldn't be able to look, so it wouldn't work.
what?
Hmm.
If you were to witness my power full bore, it could permanently blind you. I don't know what the effects are. I've not allowed this to happen to anyone.
Well, that's okay. I have no eyes.
Stavik, by the way, we haven't actually decided on the terms, but you owe me something because you lost the staring contest last night.
I guess that's true. I don't think he remembers that
Holy
there was a
shit.
staring contest, though.
So
We
in
could
a
do it
staring
again,
contest?
but you'd lose once again. So
I mean, don't let that stop you. Let me see this shit. How the fuck do you pull that off?
I'm full of secrets. He's gonna say and give Valentino a wink. But back on topic, Louie, you had the ability to trap someone, pin them to their shadow.
I do. I have Shadow Trap. That's correct.
If he's pinned to his shadow, can he actually move through it and get to another shadow that's no longer attached to his original shadow?
I'm not sure. Give me a second. What roll would I have to make Beardy to figure that out?
Make an Arcana
Okay.
and repeat the question one more time.
Basically, if Shadow Trap is active and he's pinned to his shadow, can he actually shadow jump? Because doing that would have to mean he's leaving his shadow to go to somewhere
Right.
else.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Pinning him with his shadow would be able to prevent him from using any sort of shadow traveling ability.
Oh, okay.
Now, you aren't sure, sadly. With
Yeah.
with a 13 there on your Arcana.
Don't make it
You
sound so
are-
petty with without the bonus.
I-
Sorry, I
Give it a
gave
try?
him that roll. Yes, but with a 13, you are not entirely sure. You think that's probably the case, but you're not 100%.
I could probably keep him in place. I think
Okay.
maybe It's not like I've ever dealt with a shadow man.
That's fair. We could also try the in the air method by levitating him, though that, of course, is dependent on whether that is effective on
Yeah.
him.
I don't have that spell.
He wouldn't have to go very far. Because to
Just
get
has to be
into a
off the
shadow,
ground.
he'd have to go through it.
Precisely. I could perhaps do that.
What if we just put a rope around his neck and pull him up? No shadows. Tee.
That is true.
Sorry, was that a bit too morbid? I'm not really sure how to do jokes fully yet sometimes.
That's fine with me.
I mean, it would get him off the ground. And probably die.
Mm-hmm.
Would there not be any shadows on the said rope?
I think it would be too small for him to go through. Honestly, I'd be impressed if he could. I mean, then you could argue that he could go through the shadows on his clothing, too. I think there needs to be a viable space for him to enter and exit.
So we have to get him in the sky unnaked.
That's not what I
don't believe that's necessary.
I don't think that would work.
It just has to be perfectly evenly lit from all directions.
Oh
my
my god.
I think we could do this.
Dude, this guy can, in fact, just see the shadows and the folds on his clothes. I'm like,
That would
Fucking
be
awful. Like, we're never gonna deal with him.
Yeah, we're never getting this, dude.
Just be like, let him do whatever he's doing. Fuck it. Let's
Yeah,
leave this
It's
like,
town.
you
what?
know what? Fuck
One
it.
person
Let's
a
get-
day is a bargain for this guy.
Be like,
This is viable.
we'll be like, hey, dude, we'll leave you be. Just teach us how to do that shit.
Yeah,
please."
become our mentor, I guess. I guess we're gonna be bad people now because we can't
But-
fucking deal with that.
I guess evil campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Yeah.
problem is, when he's dead, he won't be able to talk.
Yes, he will.
Maybe
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
we've
not
talked plenty
fucking
of dead
ominous.
people.
Dude, you guys have
I've
been
been
talking to dead people.
But still, it's
Stavik,
true.
we talk
That's
to a dead
true.
guy every
Stavik.
day.
Yeah, you are a weird person to be saying that.
You.
Stavik, you literally beat to the beat of my heart. This is a strange
I like you
thing to
too.
be. Oh,
I like
just
it too.
imagine-
It's
I just imagine
He gives a
Stavik going
chuckle.
up to someone and saying, "What, you believe in ghosts?"
yeah.
All right. So, we find some way to trap him with ropes and shadow traps and cut off his arm, and then he can't use his stupid shadow moves, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it.
So, to be clear, we are attacking him.
Let's
We
make
could
sure
try-
we're fully prepared.
Yes.
And
Well,
Xander, an idea also. You were able to go into Zu'lin's mind.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to trap him, do you think you can go into his?
I could probably go into his mind. Do you mean in order to extract the knowledge that he has?
Yeah?
Okay. That is
it's-
definitely possible. It would require a little bit of a mental struggle, but I can extract the knowledge from him even after we take care of him. So,
So I think we cut off his hand and you go in before we off him.
perhaps that is an option.
as long
yes.
as you don't injure yourself.
Aside from the injuries I may sustain in the fight.
We're gonna
No.
attempt to not get hurt in general. Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the vote of confidence.
And
Yes.
as everyone is standing around, considering your potential success in this plan, that is where we're going to take our first break for the evening.
And we are back. Welcome, checkers and pleasers alike. Thank
Hey.
you for being patient on our break.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. So, as of where it would pause there, it has been a little bit of time. So it is now about 5:30 in the evening.
Damn, that poetry slam took forever.
Mm-hmm. It was an all-day event.
Felt
Those
like,
are the highlights.
felt like 30 minutes,
Those
really.
they were the highlights. Yeah, there was a lot more contestants. I didn't want to write like 200 mediocre poems.
So it was like
A lot of
a
haikus.
dozen people who all had roses or red, violets or blue. Not expecting
Incredible.
anyone else to come with that.
Yeah, roughly.
I once knew a man from Nantucket.
No, we already referenced that last episode. We don't
We
need
did.
to again.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Ah.
I was
Indeed.
an elf. Thank you.
So, yeah, at this point, it's been about an hour and a half or so. The group is currently in one of these little reading alcoves near the back of the library, and you're coming up with a plan, kind of trying to figure out the best way to deal with this a-hole that's been a problem for you guys and the whole city at large.
Now, is there any plan that doesn't entail attacking the individual? None come to mind unless we're just questioning them, but I do not see how this would potentially stop the quote-unquote attacks.
I mean,
Well,
notably cutting off his arm will stop him being able to control shadows, as far as my theory goes. Now, I don't
Yes.
think that will cut off all his magic, but it'll at least cut off the easy access he has to that magic.
There are some notable questions I think we should consider before we execute
Him?
the plan.
such as?
Oh.
Well, we are running under the assumption that he is responsible with all the organs that are missing.
Okay.
Well, at
I
this
think we
point,
should
I'm not
question
with that
him about
assumption.
that.
The only other thing I can say for certain is that he's responsible for the death of the paladins, the death of that Great Keeper. If he's not responsible for any more, that's
Still a murder.
complicates things. And I don't. If we can figure out things out, we need to speak with him. I don't
Yes.
feel inclined to attack him right away, except this ability he has to disappear is too quick. There's nothing we can do if he decides to use it. We have to get the drop on him.
I will.
willing to talk.
Yeah, I believe he seems to be willing to talk, so it wouldn't be that hard for us to prepare while we're in the middle of that conversation to perhaps catch him unaware with Louie's butterflies or my light abilities. I will also point out that while he does likely have some answers, we've established that he is somewhat of an unreliable narrator, and the other fact of the matter is he doesn't actually seem to have the answers to the questions we're asking, because he asked Stavik who was doing this, and he seems to be looking for them as well, so I don't think that that will be all that helpful.
And although above our pay grade, I suppose you could say, removing him from the equation doesn't solve the issues that you were discussing about the maelstrom.
Well, you do make a good point. Removing him from the equation does get us paid, ultimately.
That is true, and we can examine said arm.
Yes.
Although I would suggest being quite careful. It appears to be some form of mummification. Such creatures typically carry many diseases that are quite frightful for mortal folks.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why his brain is all fucked, because he keeps digging into it with his gross finger.
Ugh.
I think it could be the unending dreams of torment at the hands of whatever is causing the maelstrom every night, but I suppose it could also be him digging into his skin and suffering from some sort of parasite or infection.
I mean, if it's the dreams, that sounds like a skill issue.
If he is having visions, perhaps if you were to take some anti-paranoia concoction that could solve his insomnia, perhaps putting him in a better position
This
to
idea that
communicate.
Zu'lin prescribes him a sleep aid, and then next time we see him, he's just normal. It's just like, I'm so sorry, I was so weird with you guys. I was so fucking tired. Thank you.
Louis, I was pondering on your problem that you raised, that if I'm the only person in the cell with him, that I would not be able to cut off the hand. If there was someone else to, under the guise of showing them what he was showing me, and I would.
I don't want that to be Louis.
No, that would be an awful idea.
Cool. I thought that's
I
what
don't
you
know
were
about
suggesting
showing-
for a second. I got a little scared there.
But
I
I
could
feel
do it.
that
But I thought you and I would. While there are still shadows to hang around, I figured we'd be ready for shit to go down.
Not
Are
that
you
it's a
sure,
good
bro?
idea, but what if it was Zu'lin? Look, Zu'lin would be up close and would be able to jab him with whatever sort of thingy liquid that you have, to be honest,
Yeah, I bet
and
you have
he'd
some
be
kind of
unsuspecting.
good fuck-up liquids.
That is true.
if he were to throw a bomb, it wouldn't have a chance to miss the mark.
It would
Yeah.
actually.
I would
Yeah.
be slightly concerned if my concoctions could have any effect on him with his mortal body being conjoined with the mummified limb. It the
Yes.
chances of him having a higher resistance to poisons and the like are a bit higher, I would say.
Well, think about it this way. You have the shroud thing that Stavik's wearing. You look like Stavik. You're there talking to him. Stavik comes in and just swoops in with a sword and just cuts off the hand like while it's reaching for you, and then you get him with your little syringes.
Would that require impersonating our friend here? Impersonations aren't necessarily
You're the same height.
my verbal communication.
You like sound the same.
I seem just slow turn.
Bro, are you feeling all right?
Do they not sound the
I-
same to you?
You're saying that you think Stavik and Zu'lin sound the same?
Similar.
I would
I
say I could
suppose-
lip sync, but
I understand what you're saying, I think, Louie.
He just shrugs, like, it does not seem like he thinks it's that strange.
either way. But circling back around, bro, that is very brave of you. By the way, to volunteer.
That's bro.
Well, to say the same thing.
I think the height
If
might be an issue.
it's fine.
Yes.
Well, I don't think
that
he's that
Bro's
dumb.
perfectly capable of it, but I think that Bro and I are best in the wings, waiting for a moment to strike if that has to happen.
Yes.
You're better backstabbers, if anything.
I prefer the term surprise attackers, but
That's a bit of a
however,
mouthful,
it's-
don't you think?
Well, you got to give it a mouthful to give it the attention it deserves.
You know, a clandestine assailant is a nicer way to say it.
You know, you're onto something there, Stavik.
That sounds prettier. I like it.
Yes.
Although
A
I feel like
clandestine assault
assailants.
from multiple angles.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but a question popped into my mind. Why is it that this individual is leaving bodies around a city
I don't know.
The-
as just
Send a message.
message?
Did you ask that, Stavik?
Did another question? Did he tell you the message he wanted to send, or is this some form of game for him? I would assume if he's trying to bring back his god, he would not make such tricks and the fun out of such a thing.
No, see, he doesn't care if it's us that finds out. He's willing to drop anyone and everyone to get the message out. I don't
And
think.
what is this message?
Yeah,
Is
what
it the
message?
dangers of the afterlife being affected?
No, he wants to bring back. He absolutely wants to bring back Owen.
I think those
And-
things are connected, according to him.
Yeah, but he thinks that if I understand it correctly, if he kills enough nobility, it might uprise and more death and might accelerate Owen's return, if I understand it correctly. Or at least my interpretation.
Perhaps, though he's not actually killing the nobles, it seems that he believes that someone is doing this, and whoever is doing this is responsible for what happened to Owen, and he's trying to find them. So he's probably leaving these clues for either a third party to find, hoping that we'll get to the answers, or hoping that he'll draw out the actual person responsible for this so that he could find them and take care of them.
Wow.
Then they should have stopped
That's-
when we got the case. Clearly, we're going to find this person, and apprehend them. Such an injustice must be corrected. If the maelstrom itself is being fucked up.
He asked me if I knew where Owen was, which is a ludicrous idea. It just... He is not well.
Yes.
The guy with the gross hand keeps scratching into his head. Isn't doing well.
No, he's just not well. Actually, another reason why Zu'lin should come in. Maybe he could convince him to, I don't know, apply some salve?
I think that's the least of his concerns right now, but that is very thoughtful of you, Stavik. I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
Just because he's a psychotic killer doesn't mean I don't care about him.
It's very admirable of you.
You're very kind.
Everyone deserves to live out their lives.
Mhm.
Including murderers.
We are planning to kill him as we speak, so
I did not plan to say to kill them.
Okay,
I
well,
just
we
said to
all
cut
need
off
to
their
be on
hand.
the same basis with this, probably.
If he's willing to turn himself in to be
True.
apprehended through it, traditionally, then I have no need to kill him. But if he's not, justice must be met.
I'm going to say this. Oh, go for it, Zu'lin.
As long as he's not producing any of these bodies around the town, technically our mission would be a success.
I suppose that is true. I'm going to say, even though I do not have any sort of definitive evidence to back up the statement, and it's not a thing that I like to do very often, there is no world in which he is going to just back down and say, all right, I understand, I'm going to stop looking.
Correct. This is a obsessive individual. Most likely, no matter what we say, as Xander said, they'll continue with what they believe will bring back
If
their god.
this is the case, if he's not willing to listen to reason, then it sits to reason that his ego outweighs his motive. In which case, I have no problem doing what must be done.
So then, do we go forward with this plan? Interrogate, and then, while
Yes.
he is unaware, take him.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So step one, what do we do? Who's bringing him forward? What are
Step
our
one is
first
finding
moves?
out, deciding where this is taking place. Are we doing this at the office?
I see no reason why we shouldn't. He's already quite comfortable there.
He also seems to have a awareness of that space.
He also seems to be quite calm around Stavik, or perchance even Xander. I would suggest one of the two be the ones that are interacting with him and questioning.
Do you
I
have a
think-
preference, Stavik?
I think both of us, if I'm honest. A meeting of the minds to
Sure.
let him feel secure, but we must be sure we can do this. I fear we will not be getting a third chance.
Well, our only other option is to wait for more bodies to appear and for him to slip up.
I'd rather not.
Well,
wait
no,
for
we can
him.
certainly draw him out at this point.
We can do this.
I think that, frankly, I think it would be more convincing for Xander to seek him out. Given your interactions, it's possible he'll think you're actually willing to listen to go to him.
I mean, he sounded like he was willing to listen in the alleyway before, though.
Exactly.
And then he just brushed him off.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
I
That's
know you
true.
were, like, somewhere, Valentino, so you might not have heard it. It's okay. I literally could not see you, though.
Where?
Okay.
When I become shadow, I am invisible to all.
I'm sorry, what?
He's a killer.
Actually, Zu'lin, would you be able to give something to Louie to settle their stomach? Maybe they be able to. I see all the blood and things that we are experiencing.
Are you referring to some form of anti-nausea concoction?
Yes.
Yes, I could potentially
No,
make
I'm
something
good.
that would aid it, but as I was about to say,
Yeah,
my
we-
friend is not quite interested in such things.
Okay. I just don't want you to be in a situation where we need your presence. And
Not
the
to
viscera.
mention that being in such an area, although potentially retaining the stomach will not unhinder the mind of the individual.
Indeed.
Such a thing would require some other form of medication, which would leave them more unsuitable for day-to-day interaction.
Do you need
Understood.
me to be something else?
I don't need you to be anything. I just want you to have the tools that you need, should the need arise.
He nods. Okay.
I believe we may be able to potentially bait him with information since he has questions as well.
What kind of information?
Well, the information that I have gained from looking into your mind, looking into Zu'lin's mind, we could perhaps make up some information. We could perhaps suggest some ideas that may be tantalizing for him.
Well, as long as we're also potentially give the fact that we are interested in helping his cause a
Precisely.
chance. Yes.
I mean, it's not wrong for me to say that I would have liked to see Orn come back. It's not a lie. So that's I like this angle.
That makes sense.
Shall we make our way back to the shop, as it were?
Mm-hmm.
We're doing this now then.
Yeah, let me just, while we're walking, I'll go through my book. Make sure I have everything ready.
Yes, I will need to meditate for a little bit. Xander's gonna say, closing his eyes as he stands and crosses his arms behind his back and just seems to concentrate for a little bit. And when he's done with that, he's going to tap himself and use that same magical golden flame of healing that he often uses on Louie when he's feeling a little ouchy to make himself feel better as he
They got the
casts Lesser
ouchie ouch.
Restoration on himself.
Lovely.
They got the ouchies.
Indeed, because those shadows were not kind.
I trip over
Okay.
shadows every now and again too. That and my kids' toys. That's the bane of my existence in the evening.
All right. Yes, everyone take the time that you need to prepare for this. We do this today, I guess.
All right.
So where is this happening?
I think in our office, bud.
In the cell?
I think this is the safest place.
Let's keep the door open, though, just so that we can go in and no one's trapped inside with him.
I have one idea.
All right.
Okay.
Oh. I like that. I like that look.
How long have we got? How long are we taking?
Would it
Who
be
need- who needs-
easier to know how to call him if Stavik knew his name, or are we just going to talk to the painting?
We'll talk to the painting, and if necessary, we could try that.
Okay.
So, like, with preparations other people have to make, how long does it take? What's the longest window we got?
I think it's 15 minutes per spell for me, so
Okay. It's basically...
just give me an hour.
Non-time. Okay, an hour?
Yeah.
Bastion, can you help me
What's that?
set up some traps?
Sure, I can. What are you thinking?
Does anyone have any hooded lanterns?
A what?
A hooded lantern.
What is it?
A hooded lantern is a lantern you pull the
Right.
screen up on.
Fresh out of a man.
Oh,
Is what's the lantern that they had at the inn at the beginning of the campaign? Because I have the one that they had there. Is that hooded?
No, I think it would have been a bullseye lantern.
Got a bullseye lantern. I was looking for an Electra.
Sorry.
Terrible.
You're the worst. I can't believe you. Oh boy.
All right. Well, the other trap I want to set up is I want to try and rig some rope in the bear trap to basically tie it up over where we think this guy's gonna stand, so that if we do have to get the drop on, we can pull it and it'll drop the bear trap right in his fucking head.
It's not conspicuous.
I mean,
what's your kitchen? There are bats in
I
here.
guess how high is our ceiling? Yeah, I guess that depends, right? I assume that this would be out of your vision cone most of the time.
We have some really bad monster spiders in here.
Yeah. The real whoppers in here.
That would be giant spider.
We got these maleferants walking around the walls.
Whoa, 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 whoa. If it was a spider, we all know it's that which hungers. Come on,
that's
Kyle.
true.
That's an arachnid,
We
not
got a
an
drider
insect.
infestation.
Yeah, but they can also do
Whatever.
spider climb.
It's all bugs to me.
Disgusting. Obviously, it's
Ooh.
bug climb.
Bug climb? Ugh.
If a maleferant's doing it, would they really call it spider climb?
No, they don't.
Exactly.
Canonically, they do not.
they would call it wall crawling.
Call it
That's
being a little
Spider-Man,
bitch.
asshole.
No, asshole's the guy you're gonna be.
Yeah, we're gonna
capturing
be
in a minute.
killing assholes.
Mm-hmm.
Asshole.
Gonna be
I need
puncturing
to
ass.
stab an asshole.
Good for you.
What's happening?
Yeah, I guess
So,
we're on our way back
Are,
to
you-
the
are
office.
you guys gonna head out of the library then?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, as you leave, Detlev waves goodbye to everybody. Good luck, everyone. I hope
Thanks,
your plan
Detlev.
works.
Yeah, me
Thank
too.
you.
Sorry about the commotion earlier.
Oh, it's all right. Most everybody already left.
Most?
Although I did get a complaint. We can deal with it later.
No,
It's
no.
all right.
I'd love to hear it.
No,
Yes.
no, it's fine.
Please,
truly,
please
just
go
you
ahead,
guys.
Detlev. I'd love to hear
You
the
all have a
complaint.
lot more important things to be
No.
worried about than
No.
a complaint from a library.
No.
Sure.
I would never want to feel that, no, please, it's on your
Well-
mind and we care about you, Jetliv.
One of our
Okay.
patrons said that your group was being, a bit too loud, but it's all right.
Who?
I think when they said loud, what they meant was interesting and alluring. I apologize for distracting your patrons.
This fucking guy.
Who?
Just freaking Valentino.
It's okay, truly.
Who was it?
I
Detlev?
understand you were all in a well, emotions were running hot, and well, you folks might not have been concerned too much that you were in a library, but these things happen, and well, I understand.
Who?
Well, it was Nancy.
Good to know.
Stavik leans
Okay,
into,
goodbye.
Stavik leans into Xander. We don't like Nancy, do we?
Well, she's quite the character, is what I'll say.
Oh. Fuck Nancy?
Your words, not mine.
Then we head out.
Yep, we head to the
right.
office.
And at that, you head to the office. So you leave the library of Luciana and head down and make your way to your office.
I like this plan. Let's do it!
Xander is going to suggest before we actually leave the library, that we probably shouldn't discuss the actual details of the plan while inside the office.
Just in case.
Yes. Oh yeah, actually, that's right. I was thinking about not sitting on my trap because of that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll get there and see the painting with my rope all excitedly and be like,
Oh, another day.
oh, yes. Drop a fucking bird drop in his face was in prison. Fucking.
He's so fucking metal. Or we could interrogate him in the interrogation room.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
You do have an interrogation room, it'd be a place to talk to him.
We could do that after we take off his arm. Or we could... It would be a little bit difficult for us to all manage to fit in there for a fight. If a fight erupts in there, though. But it could be fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say conversely, that sounds great.
That sounds like a great idea. We get hit by bombs everywhere.
Yep.
I think the game is possible.
I don't care how big the room is. I said I cast Fireball.
All right. Well, I suppose.
How strong is our two?
Are we? Did we plan that only the two of you are going to be out here to begin with, or are we all going to be in this room from the start?
Well, I would say if you guys are around the corner, okay. The problem is, is that a two-way mirror kind of dealy, or is it
one way.
Is it just a
Is it a
window?
one-way
Sorry,
mirror?
one way mirror.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it magic or is it just like
It's magic.
it's magically done?
Yeah.
So we don't want to smash
basically,
it.
Hand wave that.
Dramatically leap through.
Hell yeah. Bastion's all in for this.
Could.
Yeah, but then we'd be smashing an enchanted mirror. That's so much fucking money.
Yeah, but I mean, like, imagine how cool it's going to look. And
Oh, that's
also, imagine how much money we're going to get for catching this guy.
That was Grem talking. Valentino's on board with this.
So is everyone supposed to be in this room, or?
Stavik's gonna.
Actually, yeah. Where are they actually talking to him now?
Stavik's gonna go over to Shane or Shane. Damn, that's the first time I did that.
Game.
Who's this person?
Oh shit!
Fourth wall dude here.
Who are you? You're like
There's
me.
murderers around
I
here.
think-
Get out
okay,
of here!
Okay. Well, how many? How many
You do
sessions
not
are we
have
in? How many
office
times?
hours right now?
How many sessions are we in? And this is the first time I accidentally did that. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Well, technically the first time.
Stavik goes to Xander. I think if we ever were going to move it into the interrogation room, I think it might be an opportunity for everyone else to observe.
But do we actually want to do that? out of character, I think that's a terrible idea.
Out of character, I also think this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, I don't know why we started agreeing with it after everyone
Yeah.
had said it was terrible. Everyone
Oh,
was like, no,
well,
we're
okay.
not
I
doing
was
that.
I was
So
all
anyway,
for
where
it.
in the interrogation room are you sitting?
It was a joke.
It was
Oh.
yeah. I mean, I like.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
stop Valentino,
I
but-
didn't read that then.
So we're not doing it in the room that we can see into that he can't see out of.
Well, you need a two-way mirror or one-way mirror for someone not to see you.
I mean, it just makes it really easy to like catch him unaware because he wouldn't be able to see us. We can just like
Wait,
pop in there and get him.
Well, it's easy for us
And-
either way.
Wouldn't
Shall we do it?
it not be easy to? We're not supposed to. Louie's just gesturing under his chin to like shut the fuck up to everyone.
I'm saying that we're not doing this in the office because Xander literally said like 20 minutes before, let's not discuss the plan inside the
Yeah,
office. Unless
exactly.
people are just ignoring that, which is totally cool.
Yeah, I don't know why
Totally
like
cool.
people decided to
It's
suddenly start
totally on
talking about
brand.
it. Like I thought we were
I
gonna
know.
be
It is very on
silent
brand.
and just
Well,
like go to our
That's
places.
why I was talking out of character, and then everyone.
And then
started
Beardy
doing a
started
different
talking
thing
in
than
character,
Yeah.
You
ruining it.
mean Bastion said
we-
it.
Well, Bastion
can
was
we, like-
responding to Grem.
Can we like rewind here for just a little bit?
A
We
little
entered
bit.
the office and we don't fucking talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Is that what happens? Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, that's what
Bastion
happened.
responded to Grem there. I didn't. Valentino didn't say shit, so
All right.
it wasn't really player initiated.
Okay. Before we get into the office, what are we actually doing?
So,
first we
as
decide
we are,
where is everyone
as-
going to be?
Louie was gonna hide in the kind of like reception office where like the alcohol cabinet is, and he was gonna kind of wait by an open door to be able to step in and blast.
okay, yeah, yeah, that's a
I'm
good
a
idea. I didn't think about that.
spellcaster.
Yeah, I didn't
Zu'lin-
think about that.
Zu'lin will listen in at the alchemy station on the first floor, if that sounds good to everyone else.
Are you actually able to throw through the bars?
Don't have the door closed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, don't close
Yeah, I
yourself in
understand.
with the baddie.
Valentino is gonna basically take point opposite of wherever Bastion ends up being, the like best cover he can get. So if Bastion's sitting around a corner, he'll be around an opposite corner.
Skrewy, did you want Zu'lin inside the cage?
And how? Without being seen?
No, my point was that if he could, would he be with the door closed? Is it like iron bars that he could throw bombs through?
Well, the door's
mean,
open, so
The
not a
door
problem.
is gonna
Yeah,
be
the do-
open.
Yeah, open, so it's not a problem. Yeah,
No.
so he would just no. Yeah, he'd be
even,
in the alchemy
and even
station.
still, there is a chance he could get through.
Sure.
And if it doesn't, there's also a chance it still hurts them.
Mhm. Nothing but benefits.
I love this idea.
Yeah. All right. So we haven't spoken about it. We
Alright.
just go to our places. Valentino
Correct.
and Bastion are going to be hiding too, so they're out of vision area for that cell. And the cell door is going to be remaining open. And Xander and Stavik are going into the cell with the cell door open.
Yes.
And we're-
Xander is going to suggest that he's going to need a couple minutes to prepare. He's going to go up to his room and then he'll be back down. Whenever
Also,
he actually arrives.
Zu'lin is also going to do something, but I will message you, Beardy.
Sure.
So my question, though, real quick, is where Bastion was standing. Because Valentino either be around this corner, I figure, or probably maybe hiding under a table.
Yeah, you can certainly try to hide under a table. I just need a stealth check.
Of course. Yes. Belt. Roll that. Hopefully I'm a sneaky boy. Do like the corner ceiling hold up, but like underneath a table.
Love it. Oh, I love that. I love that trope. I absolutely do. So, when Xander gets back,
Mm-hmm.
he'll actually gesture to Stavik will be in the cell, and as Xander comes down the stairs, he'll be like, Xander, I
Yes,
had
Stavik.
some had some questions and wanted to bounce off your idea off you. And Stavik's going to basically go into this kind of theoretical spiel of where Owen could be, why Owen went away, basically kind of chumming the waters in front of the painting.
Xander will look from Stavik to the painting, and then he'll kind of smirk a little bit at it as he just examines it in the artistic quality, the creepy eyes that seem to follow you or stare through your soul. And he's going to say, you know, it is a little hard to speak of you since we don't actually know your name, but whatever it is, I would appreciate it if you didn't put so many ideas in the head of my friend here, who tends to be a little bit on the impulsive side. But if you have ideas about where our master might be, I'm certainly invested in solving this. I think we could be of help. And he's gonna step forward and lean in really, 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 really close to the painting. And he's gonna give it a little smooch.
Oh, wow.
You give that painting a little smooch, a little smoochy boo,
Little kissy kiss.
little kissians.
What's
Yo,
it
that has
taste
blood
like?
on it.
It is.
Oh,
It is. I
yeah.
mean, the red pigment is made of blood, but it's mostly mixed in with paint. I mean, whatever. But no, it's mostly just
Iron.
paint or whatever.
It's like copper and lead at the same time.
Yeah.
Your blood tastes just like your dad's. Wait.
Oh shit. Mmm.
Yikes.
The
Anybody
question
have
is,
No, in fact.
shit.
That's fine.
Remember, it took you several hours staring and talking to it before it appeared.
Yep.
So I guess we will wait.
Okay.
Cue montage.
Cue
Xander will
montage
talk.
of Xander talking and kissing the painting.
Mm.
Louie's just at this point got his hand, his face in his hand.
Okay, I'm saying that he's not kissing the painting
Okay,
multiple
okay,
times.
okay.
He
That's
did it
fair,
once.
that's fair. That's
He did
fair.
it once.
That was on me. So you spend some time talking to the painting, and time will pass, hours, in fact, and there doesn't appear to be any reaction from the painting or from anything else.
So,
How long would you like to continue doing this?
how many hours have passed first?
So since you guys, we'll say you got back to your office at 6, so we'll say you've done this now for about 2 hours, so it's now about 8 p.m.
Xander is fine waiting until 9 before he wants to try something else, but I don't know how everybody else feels.
Okay.
Stavik has nothing better to do.
Louie's just leaning on like the door frame, and his head starting to like just slowly do that like nod thing where you're trying to stay awake.
Mmm.
Valentino waits for the signal.
R.I.P. Your fucking limbs are gonna be so sore in the morning.
Mm-hmm. So, at about 9, so half an hour after that, or an hour if it's 8, Xander will pipe up and he'll say, "You know, I did look into that promising lead that you brought up to Stavik last night. It had interesting and unexpected results, and I feel like if there are any individuals who are capable of solving this mystery, it is us. But unlike Stavik, I don't enjoy talking to a portrait of you quite so much. I would much prefer if you actually showed up to speak to us, since I imagine you will have caught notice by this point." And we'll see if that does anything.
There is no response.
Okay. In that case, let's
Smash it.
Hmm.
Fuck them. It's broken. Doesn't work anymore.
Well, I mean, would you like to check the painting?
Sure.
Okay. How would you like to check the painting?
Could I use a profession check?
Sure.
I'm gonna use my artistry skill for this and see if that gives me anything. Oh, I did that blind accidentally.
Artistry.
It's okay.
Xander is a professional artist. I knew it.
Yes.
Well, you take a look at it, and as far as you're able to tell, it's a well-crafted painting, but it's not so much something that seems different about it, but you're not getting the same feeling that you did before about it.
Does it
Before the
detect
painting
magical?
really, it looked like it was watching you before. You cast detect magic on it, and there is no aura on the painting.
God damn it.
Okay.
They're talking to a painting, kissing and shit.
Louie at this point has like slid down against the door frame to where he's kind of crouching / like kind of nestled into it.
You hear every so often like a gentle snore coming from the north side of the room.
Bastion too.
In that case, I think Xander is going to. Okay. Yeah. He is going to do a little something different. He's going to walk over to Dot, or just any piece of paper that is on the table over here. Then he'll decide, no, actually, that's not the best thing to do. He'll walk up to his room without really saying anything, and then about a minute later, he'll come back down with the canvas.
Okay.
And he's gonna prop it up next to the canvas that is there, and he is going to pull out his halberd, and he's going to cut his arm open.
I fucking knew it.
What the fuck are you doing?
Amazing. So as you shout, "What the fuck are you doing?" that's going to cause Bastion to wake up. And he like jumps to his feet. He's like, "Is he fucking here? Shit! What happened?"
Valentino drops that. Oh, my blood burns with the fire of 1,000 dragons. Oh,
I
where is
think
he?
that I think that's just your arms are asleep.
You're all stupid.
Xander just looks at
Xander.
you all as he's bleeding on the floor.
Oh shit, the old Xander.
Are
where the
we
fuck-
are
Shit,
we
did he
going?
get you? Where'd he go? Did he already jump out of here again?
No,
Damn it.
he. Okay, to explain, he has not come. He is not watching us currently. I am in the process of trying to paint another picture.
What?
Of him?
Yes.
Is
Right here?
okay?
How long is that gonna take?
It's going to be pretty quick.
Well,
All right, I want to see this.
back to positions, I guess.
Okay. Can I watch you paint?
Okay, you give me like
does-
2 fucking minutes,
does-
man.
Does that not get in the way of the plan?
Well,
You
like,
do this.
It does.
is he gonna like show up immediately or something, or what?
That's a good question. I don't know. I suppose you can wait and watch if you would like, Bastion.
No, we go to get in positions, Bastion. We do this.
All right. Okay, I'll get back in position.
Louie's
Okay.
just staring at Bastion from across the way, shaking his head.
What? I wanted. And Bastion just looks over at Louie and says, "I wanted to be in paint." What?
Gotta like pull a chair in this time and
I'll-
like lay on top of it, so I'm in this space under the table, but I have something.
Nice. I'll paint for you later, Bastion. He's going to call out, and once he's got enough like blood in, he's got like a little receptacle to collect it,
One of our
kind of like
cooking
Isabella.
pots?
Probably not.
Are you
Probably
sure
not one of the
it's
cooking
okay?
pots. Probably just a bucket. Probably a bucket.
Okay. Gotcha.
Like a mess bucket or something like that. And then he will he's gonna heal himself so that he's just not bleeding everywhere and it's getting in the way. I don't know how much damage that did to him, but
Enough.
Enough.
yes.
Yeah. I mean, you would have healed yourself for that. That's fine.
Cool. Sweet. Oh, it's a really good roll there.
Yeah.
The last thing that he is going to do is he's going to grab this blood, and for those of you who can see it, he is going to close his eyes, breathe in really deeply. His chest is going to glow faintly with golden hue. It'll rise up through his throat, and then he's just going to breathe out nothing into this bucket. And Stavik, you're right there next to him. You can see that his blood begins to turn golden, and he's just going to grab it and he's going to throw it onto the canvas and cast instant portrait.
Huh.
And see if that does anything.
Okay.
I thought you were going to go with a Jackson Pollock painting.
I wanted to see if magic would be preferable first before I did this by hand.
Is that how Stavik has a photograph of his family? Someone did this?
He has a metal engraving that's really, really cool. This is a
It's like
crummy,
an etched
crummy painting.
photo of on metal.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
No, someone did just make a little etching for him.
All right. So it is monochromatic, but is of any color of your choice. So it's red, and it is of too poor quality to sell, but is otherwise accurate enough to represent the subject. Okay. So you're using the portrait of this person as the focus,
Mm-hmm.
and then creating another portrait of this guy on this other canvas. So you create a 1 square foot portrait of a portrait, and it sits in front of you, all monochromatic red.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't it be gold?
What?
The blood was gold.
Oh, I'm sorry. The blood was gold. My apologies. In that case,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
gold.
I guess we can do that. Yeah, sure.
Was it? Was
golden.
it? Was it gold?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Yes. It was gold. It was
I'm
gold,
so
yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Like, that's what I got from that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The likeness is uncanny. Do you think it would, I don't know, entice him to come see us?
Perhaps. I suppose we would just have to wait and see. He's going to say, looking at the eyes and seeing if he just gets any, like, feeling, any, heebie-jeebies, any willies or anything like that.
Sure. Do you want to use detect magic on this?
I would like to use detect magic on it.
Okay. Use detect magic on your portrait and also sweep it through the area with the other portrait as well. The other portrait is still non-magical, and the portrait you just created has a very faint aura of conjuration magic on it, but it is fading away. And that's about all you detect on them.
Hmm.
Time for Stavik to start praying again.
A if you happen to be watching, I don't want to pry and use magic to reveal your name to us, but I will if I have to. I would much rather you come here and we talk about this and discuss, because we have more in common than we have different. So if you are watching, please show yourself. And we'll see if that does anything, and if not, that is perfectly fine.
There's no response, sadly.
I think it's time to go to bed.
Is he?
Sebastian will look at the nearby table and say, "Yo, Dot, how many people are in here right now?" And the quill will stand up and write out 6.
Count yourself, Dot.
7 counting Dot. It'll write parenthetically after that.
What'd she say?
It says she wrote 6, 7 counting herself.
Push the
Wasn't it
chair
like
up, not
6.5 last time?
Oh, we told her she could be a full person.
Question about the original painting. Does it have is it very accurate to A's actual how he looks? Like all the stuff and everything, all the picks in his hair, like of his skin, or is it more of a?
Well,
Oh no,
it's a
the
representation
original.
Not
the
so
original.
much. The original's maybe more of an idealized portrait of the person. So,
Alright, so
there's not a lot of like flesh wounds on them. They do have some like scarification on their face a little bit, but they just sort of have a very intense look on their face. But they are not like injured or bleeding, or they've not like scratched into their head a bunch.
So it sounds like the G is up. We're looking for a different plan.
I guess.
Well,
Stavik's
yeah.
actually going to take his put his shield on the bench. And he's actually going to take his glove off, and he's going to compare his hand to the hand of the mummified hand and everything, and he's just going to lament to Xander's like, and well, at least, I mean, although it was looked rather putrid, at least he got to keep some of his flesh.
Xander doesn't seem to be paying very much attention. He's just staring at this portrait with a series of emotions on his face that he generally doesn't show. After a few brief seconds, you'll realize that Stavik was talking to him and turn. Yes.
At least I get to kept my mind though.
Xander smirks a little bit to himself. Yes, Stavik. At least you got to keep your mind. I mean, you could always try carving a symbol into my stomach and seeing if that extracts an organ from me, and that draws his attention. It seems to work otherwise.
I don't think that's I mean, it's an idea. I don't think it's a good idea, but this is in fact an idea.
Well,
I mean,
just throwing out suggestions.
what organ could I possibly pull out of you that it wouldn't hurt like the Dickens?
I don't mind pain.
Oh.
I cut open my arm earlier to paint, and stabbed myself in the chest several days ago.
Okay,
I
okay.
feel like this is
so,
not a very surprising
you know-
statement.
You know what? Huh. Okay. I don't have much. I don't have any magic. I could, go for your appendix.
Sure. Just aim for my appendix.
Jesus Christ.
If you want to, you could use like a little quill or something, just like a very small marking, maybe.
Do you want to try this? I don't know if this would work, but I'm fresh out at the moment.
I mean, it was mostly a joke, but who knows?
Maybe it would, you know. Sure. And he'll go and he'll actually go and get a quill and a piece of paper.
Xander will watch him as he leaves to get this quill and piece of paper, looking surprised that Stavik actually jumped on that one.
Do you want to? I can move these over to here and
Maybe we start by drawing it a bunch on the paper.
Yeah, he's gonna practice. He's like, okay. Do you need a performance or check on that, or just
No,
Okay.
no, you're
okay,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, the drawings already look pretty dog shit, so
Yeah.
Okay.
should be pretty
fair.
fine to-
Fair. So yeah, he's gonna. I have no idea what this will do, but if you think it's a good idea, or if you think it's an idea that might draw him out, I'm all for it.
I don't think it's a good idea. I don't know if it's an idea that might draw him out, but it is an idea.
Let's throw the shit on the wall and see what sticks.
Are you sure about this, Stavik?
I am not.
Perhaps
I most
he's
certainly not.
Perhaps he's just shy, and he will come visit again later on in the night, like he did last night.
Okay. Do you? So is that a yes? Do you want to try this? Like, you lay down on the table, on the bench there?
Oh, so like an operation table? Fascinating.
I mean, it would be, it would seem the place to do it would be. I would want you to be comfortable.
See, I don't know that he's actually looking at us. He might be pinged by the symbol itself, but I'm not actually sure that that's the case. Perhaps we should just sit and tell him stories until maybe he decides to check in on us. And we can maybe table the carving of symbols into my flesh until we are in a group setting.
Oh, that sounds so much better. That sounds more like a cult ritual.
Yes, it does sound like a cult ritual.
Wow, figure that. That's wild. I wonder. That can't be for any reason, though. No.
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 He'll just sit
There's no
down
way.
next to the painting. Just enjoy its company.
Well, I'm game too. Do you want to tell stories about, what stories would you like to hear? I can regale you of, the times that I know.
Certainly. Why don't you tell me a little bit about Rue?
I lament all the days that I didn't spend with them. That I had to go and helps translate that accursed book. All the documents. Time wasted.
Perhaps.
But that's not what we're here to talk about. Rue was my hope for the future. Rue was my desire to impart some good on the world that was starting to show that it could be very cruel.
Yes. Do you think you accomplished that, Stavik?
I hope. She was only 5 when I left, so there's so much time that the world could have beaten them down.
Perhaps. In that case, I wish that that's not the case. That she had a wonderful life. She knew how much her parents loved her, and that she left a mark on the world in her own way. Unrelated to this case, of course.
I also only hope that Ida was not.
Into the mic.
I hope that Ida was not the person that is responsible for all of this. I hope that she didn't. I pray that he wasn't the cause of what I am and then corrupted Rue.
I hope so too, Stavik. Perhaps with time and divination we can find the answers to these questions, but I hope that we don't need to. And he'll put his hand on Stavik's skeletal hand and give him a little squeeze.
I know you're squeezing my hand, and I know it's there, I can feel the pressure, but the simple act of feeling is one of those emotions and sensations that I hope we can rectify.
Oh, yes. So far we've got a tingle, a little bit of a burn. I think we can work our way up to more pleasant emotions and sensations for you.
And he'll actually turn his head towards A's portrait and go, "And what of you? What of all this, the pain? I hope you aren't necessarily enjoying the pains that you're causing. I hope that it's worth it. I hope that all the emotions and that you are stealing from these individuals that are now dead or maybe not be dead. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope it's...
There's no response from the painting.
I know, but see, Stavik's actually starting to get angry. He's thinking of about his daughter, about his potentially treacherous wife, and it's emotions that he is not liking, and he starts to actually get into and he starts to run away with his thoughts, and he stands up and it begins actually pacing back and forth, thinking about the individuals that didn't have their organs taken out and were just murdered, and of all the time that was stolen from them from being killed, or from being murdered. And he'll walk straight up to the painting and actually yell at it. "Get your ass here now!"
It's very dramatic, but sadly nothing
I know,
happens.
but
The
nothing.
The painting does not seem to
Just
respond.
stares.
Yeah.
Panning is already
Seems-
here.
It seems like whatever mojo it has is done.
Is gone. And I can't even have the respite of going to sleep.
Then I suppose I will join you in your sleeplessness, Xander will say.
Would it be
What's everyone
wrong
else
for us
doing?
to walk? Yeah, what's everyone
Oh.
else doing?
Sleeping.
Oh.
Louie went upstairs not too long ago.
Bastion will head upstairs as well.
Yeah, Bastion will see Louie playing on the piano, kind of licking his lips as he's going through it.
Bastion stops at the entrance to his room, looks down the hallway to see Louis playing, tickling them ivories,
Gross.
and is instead going to make his way over there.
Good night,
Hey, bro.
Zu'lin. Oh,
Night, Zuzu.
Good night to both of you friends. And he'll step into his bedroom. He's not going to go to sleep yet, though.
Bastion turns back to look to Louis. Hey, bro. He takes a seat down at the little sofa there next to the piano. Is everything okay?
yeah, why?
He's kind of got like real fired up back at the library.
You just kind of pissed me off.
Gotcha. I have that effect on people sometimes.
Yeah, I experience it often.
Yeah, that's fair. So, I think your plan was a good one.
What plan?
Take his arm off.
Oh, it's just a theory.
I mean, I think it'll work. Sounds like it would. I mean, that's where all his mojo's coming from.
It's a guess, an educated guess, but I can't be 100% positive. I'm at least 87% positive that
Very-
it'll work.
Specific number.
I do the calculations in my head.
Okay.
He kind of pulls his legs up onto the piano bench and hugs them to his chest as he looks at Bastion. So, was there more you wanted to say?
I mean, I kind of just wanted to make sure that like everything was good.
I mean, they could be better.
Like catch this dude kind of better. Like get this case done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but Never mind. I don't want to talk about that. That made you upset last time.
I mean, look, I want to hear it. What do you got to say?
I just...
You want to? Is it you want to move on and go to the next place?
Yeah. I want to see the world.
You feel kind of stuck here.
I've been stuck in every place that I've been to somehow. And then someone always has to come and save me.
I mean, there's worse things than being saved. But at the same time, I don't see it as you needing saving. It seems like we're all gonna be the ones doing the saving this time around. You know, like we're gonna save the city, kind of thing. You know.
Louie shrugs, unsure. I don't actually know if that's true. Everything... I'm having a really hard time understanding, in truth, what's happening. It seems like there's a lot more that even my decent understanding of things cannot fully grasp. I suppose it is to say that I'm scared.
Well, I mean, if it's any consolation, I think this is a little bit kind of pretty serious too. I mean, this is all pretty much way outside of my area of expertise. I'm more used to dealing with like problems that I can just kind of
Stab and run.
dodge around and like stab a couple times. This is like a whole thing about like figuring something out, like catching a person and like dealing with magic and like ancient rituals and dead people that are like, I don't know. This whole thing is like way beyond me. I mean, I don't know how we're gonna exactly do this, but like I've also never seen a group of people with this many different like abilities and expertise and like skills all working together to do something. So like if anybody can do this, it's gonna be us. I mean, either that or like some famous heroes or some shit that come through here and like fix this crap, but I don't see any of them around.
I mean, that's mostly just fairy tale stuff, right? I mean, I know
Yeah.
there's ounces of truth in all of it, but
Mm-hmm. We've all read, like, I'm sure you read the books about stuff like that, but now it feels like we're kind of like living part of that, and it's like one of the darker parts of that. And like, I mean, I guess long story short, like I'm a little scared too, if I'm being totally honest. But like, I can't just like live in that, you know? I can't just be scared. I have to like put that out of my head. I have to like get away from that, because like if I dwell on that, it's just gonna fuck me up. Does that make sense?
Louie's nodding as he's talking. Yeah, it does. It's just... I don't know. Let me think. Okay. I'm not trying to start a fight when I'm talking right now, okay?
Okay. Not trying to start a fight. You got it.
The perception I have of you is that you tend to not take things seriously.
Yeah, that's pretty true though. So not gonna start a fight from that.
Okay. It's just that I didn't think you'd even feel this way, so I am sorry.
Nah, like I wasn't exactly being nice either, so like don't apologize. I'm happy to call the whole thing a wash.
Would you apologize?
I mean, I guess it depends on who I'm talking to, because like some people aren't worth apologizing to.
Me.
Like Nancy.
Fucking Nancy. Yeah, I think so.
Louie just looks like he's waiting.
Oh, you want me to do that right, like right now?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm sorry for being a dick earlier. But like, I don't think that we have to apologize to each other, because it's like, you know, we're working together on this case, and it's stressful for everybody. So like, shit happens. I'm not gonna hold grudges,
I do.
except maybe to Nancy. She slapped me, you know. Did you see that?
I didn't. You were very proud of the slap.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the mark's gone now, though. But it's fine.
Louie moves closer and looks. I think so. I don't think she got you with her claws. You know? So, Louie will go back to sitting on the piano bench. What?
Bastion kind of blinks a few times and looks around. Nothing. I just thought I'd... Never mind. That's just stupid. So, like, you just gonna play piano tonight?
I don't know. That's what I've been kind of doing lately. Louie just starts looking around instinctively. Is that thing here?
What thing?
Well, you looked around. I thought.
Oh, no. Like, I think we're probably alone.
Okay.
Louie, you can hear nothing down the hall.
I can see something down the hall, though.
Oh, yeah?
I did.
You look down the hall and you see it's an empty hallway.
Huh. Sorry about that. Yeah. What were we
I
talking about?
I thought nothing. I was like, I thought I smelled something for a second, but like, it must have been my imagination.
Yeah, I thought I saw something, but I think I'm
Saw
just
something?
tired. Like
What'd you
for a
see?
second.
Oh.
Like a foot?
Like a disembodied foot? Like a
No,
foot that had been
no,
cut off
like-
and like put in the hallway? Because if
Like,
we
it was-
got ghosts here, like, that's gonna suck.
It was around the corner. I thought I saw a foot, but when I got closer, there was nothing there.
Oh.
Not disembodied. It was probably connected to something. I just didn't get the whole picture because of the angle. You know how visuals work normally?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Bastion goes to sit back down.
Valentino's gonna go downstairs, go outside, and like kind of casually, hey, to the others as he's walking by, and he's gonna grappling hook back up onto the second story and climb into his own window.
Amazing.
Oh my god. Was there anything else you wanted to tell me?
I don't think so.
All right.
Should I? I mean, is there anything else that is going on?
Louie turns around and starts to plink on the keys a little bit. I don't think there's anything else going on other than, I guess, Xander's flirting with you sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. So that's a new one.
Well, do you not appreciate it? It seems very sweet.
Oh, I guess I don't know if it's like. See, back in in the city that I grew up in, there was like there was like flirting, and then there was like flirting.
I don't.
It was like flirting for fun, and then there was like flirting for profit, right?
Louie looks over his shoulder. You can still hear him playing the keys. However, he's only using his right hand currently. I suppose I have only experienced flirting for profit as well, probably. I think. And then he turns and keeps playing. His left hand starts to join into the music again.
Well,
I don't know how to do that, though. I mean,
what,
And-
flirt?
he stops. I think the last time I thought about even flirting with someone, I was like, I don't know, 10.
Jeez. Okay. I mean, it's pretty easy. You just like, tell him that you're interested and like maybe do some sort of like romantic gesture sort of thing. Be like, hey, say something nice about their hair.
Well,
That's usually a good
isn't
one.
that exactly what Xander did?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be the same regardless, but the
Oh.
intent, what's going on behind in their eyes, what's going on in their head. That's what I don't know. Like, is Xander like trying to start like a relationship, or is he just like flirting because it's fun to flirt? Because sometimes it's just fun to flirt,
I don't.
But other times, like when you flirt with people, it's because you're trying to just get to the next step, which is usually like tongue stuff. Anyway, so yeah, I wasn't sure what Xander was after, and
I suppose you could just ask him.
I guess I could ask him, but like I'm not like worried about it or anything. Figured like he'd bring it up in his own time when he was ready. Or maybe he's waiting for me to bring it up. Shit. I don't know. We'll see.
Huh. Okay. Come play with me.
I mean, what?
Come play with me on the piano.
Oh, all right. What song we doing?
You just play a melody and I'll play along.
Cool. All right. Let's see. I got the high keys.
Yep.
Yeah, I got the high keys. Okay. And he starts plinking away. Let me see how well he do. He does reasonably.
Louie seems impressed enough, since he doesn't really play music, it seems. Okay.
He tries to like find a few keys that sound good in a progression, and then he starts repeating it over and over again.
So, if someone was interested in flirting with someone when they decided to be romantically invested in one, how does
Yeah.
one flirt?
I mean, like, usually it's like a compliment here or there, or like telling them that you think that they they brighten up a room or something when they walk in, or just like that you feel like a certain way around them, like your heart goes like ba 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 ba, Just so that let the person know that like
I mean, usually when
You
my heart starts to
enjoy-
palpitate more, it's because I'm scared.
I mean, that does make sense. You are kind of like rabbit-like when it comes to that,
All right. Good
What?
to know.
Like, yeah, you just kind of have the look about like you're always like looking for the next bit of danger. So like a rabbit. Oh, rabbits are smart. They could do stuff.
They can do stuff. Very descriptive.
Yeah, that's how rabbits are.
Well, I feel as though it's a little insulting, don't you think?
No, like rabbits are cool. I like them.
Was that a compliment then?
I mean, Technically, yeah.
Okay. I see.
Is this floating or refloating right now?
Well, tell me more.
So rabbits can like watch two things at the same time because like their eyes are on the sides of their head.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
That's because they're prey. Instead of a
Yeah.
predator,
Yeah.
prey tend to have their eyes on the side of their face.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? So they can like see, all around them. It's pretty cool.
So no one
But then they're
kills
like-
them.
But then they're like, they're like able to like run really fast, and then they can like dig really well.
Yeah, but like
So
a
they
lot
make,
of
like,
other
these-
animals tend to run
They make
faster.
these like big, complicated like burrows underground that they live in with
Uh-huh.
like a bunch of other rabbits. It's really cool.
Okay. What's
Yeah.
your favorite kind of rabbit? If
The
you
ones with
have
like
one.
really long ears.
Really long ears. Floppy
Yeah.
or straight?
Oh, like pointy ones.
Pointy
yeah.
ones. Okay.
Yeah. And then there's the ones that have antlers. Those are pretty cool too.
Jackalopes?
Yeah.
Have you seen one?
I mean like not living, but like I saw like a stuffed one.
It's the jack of all loops.
What?
I genuinely, I've never seen one, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, they're really cool. Like they actually have like magic.
Really?
Yeah, they can apparently like shoot electricity out of their antlers and stuff. Pretty wild.
So I'm probably not a jackalope kind of rabbit.
I think actually like based on the shit I've seen you do, I think you're probably definitely more like a jackalope.
I'm
Yeah.
not really a lightning kind of guy. I don't think. I've
Well,
ever
I mean,
tried to
I just
use
mean like
lightning.
magic. You're like a magic bunny, rabbit.
Okay.
Now you got me doing it.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Well, what would you be if you were an animal? You look like a fox. It's the red hair, I
mean,
think.
I'd be cool with that.
You're also kind of sly and wily. Little ruthless. Still cute, I guess.
Guess I can like catch a chicken really well, so that's pretty cool.
Can you catch a chicken really well?
If I was a fox,
Oh, okay. I thought you meant right now.
I mean, like, push comes to shove, I think I can catch a chicken. Like,
Okay.
you know, I'm pretty sure if it was like catch a chicken or die, I could catch a chicken. I could probably throw a knife at one. That might work. They're
It's
not
really
that fast,
not
are they?
that hard actually to catch a chicken. Normally you can just have seed in your hand and it'll come to you.
See, there we go. I'm already better at catching chickens now. Thanks.
You're welcome. Try
Yeah.
not to kill other people's chickens.
I mean, I hadn't intended on it until you told me how easy it was to catch a chicken.
Louie takes his left hand and just balls it into a fist and just jabs it into Bastion's side.
Ha.
Dork.
You know it. So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Maybe we
'Cause,
should check the delivery spot?
Okay. Because, like, we know he shows up there at least.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't
Sometimes.
have Lombardos anymore, but he's dropped off at least several bodies there, it seems.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt to look.
Okay.
I'm sure Xander will have some sort of plan that might override that, though, so I'm not really set on it.
Bastion will nod, stand up from the bench. Yeah, that sounds pretty good then. Well, hey, don't stay up all night, okay? Get some rest. We'll probably need it.
Yeah, totally. I will definitely go into my room at some point and be on my bed.
All right, bro. Just try not to be like super foggy brain tomorrow, you know? There's probably going to be some nasty shit going down.
Okay. You too?
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to like drink myself to sleep.
Dude. That's
What?
That's not healthy.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
What?
You get all your vegetables that way.
Mm-hmm.
Please try to take care of yourself.
All right. Well, I'll catch you in the morning.
Okay. Good night, Bastion.
Night, bro.
Louie will go back to the piano and start playing again.
All right. Time rolls forward. It's about 9:30. Anyone else have anything they would like to do on the evening of the 31st of March?
No.
Excellent. Well, in that case, we shall march time forward overnight, and that is a perfect time to take our next break. Catch you shortly.
Hello, checkers and pleasers. We are back. Hello, hello.
We're here. So, before I pass the night through, was there anything else folks wanted to do on the evening of the 31st?
I stay up for a bit. In the next 2 hours, do I hear Louie go to bed or anything? Or is he still
No.
playing piano?
He's still
Okay, yeah,
quietly
that-
plinking
then-
on the keys.
All right, then. After 2 hours, Zu'lin will head to bed.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
I'm gonna hang with Zu'lin or with Xander in the cell of despair.
Okay.
It's pretty
got it.
accurate.
You guys are hanging in a cell of despair. God, we're gonna come back to
Whoa!
a grisly scene.
Whoa! Whoa!
All right.
And that
So-
wouldn't work on that wouldn't work
And
for.
Stavik, yeah, he's like, guys, I pulled a hilarious prank. I got him to do
No,
it.
that's fucking dark.
Jesus.
No, you go to the corner. That is too dark.
All right. So time
So-
passes.
During
Good.
Owen's Eve, can we strap Stavik to like the side of the house?
Yes. Cast enlarge person on him and have him stand there.
And then when people come, I'll go boo. Oh
Mhm.
shit,
Okay.
that's hysterical.
Oh,
All right, then.
So the morning arrives, and it is now April the 1st, which is, I believe, a day that's holy to Demirian, actually.
Hmm.
So that's fun.
Wonderful. Bodes well.
Remind me to write that full holiday up at some point.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right. So what time is it?
7 a.m.
Yeah, it's good enough sleep.
Louis eventually will make his way downstairs with a little bit of a yawn.
Yep, and eventually Zu'lin will also join downstairs.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, friend. I suppose we should come up with some form of plan for the day.
oh shit, you're up already. I figured you'd be sleeping in because you were clearly up so late.
I have
The
spells.
music was nice, but I see.
What did you think of the music?
Made it easier to sleep. It's very soothing.
Good. I'm glad. Earth to Xander and Stavik. Hello.
Oh my god,
Xander,
there
Link.
Morning.
Xander will raise a hand.
I will assume we didn't have any visitors then.
Probably
He'll
not.
shake his head no.
The painting have anything good to say?
No, it just hung around all night.
Oh, a shame.
Well, we need a new lead.
Who wants breakfast?
I thought that's a standing offer. I'll take it when given.
All right. Anyone else? I can make
No,
a
thank you.
more to-go-ish meal if we need
Yes,
to get moving to the next thing.
I think that might be a good idea.
All right, give me a second. Louie will make like his version of a breakfast wrap, pretty much. Give one to Valentino, one to Bastion, and one to Zu'lin. I have an idea of like maybe something to do this morning, unless you guys have different ideas. I don't. Are we
I
still?
might, or I might have the same idea. What's yours?
I was thinking maybe we just look at the drop-off spot because we've found a couple of things there before, and maybe it'd just be a good place to check.
I was on the same page, and then if that turns up nothing, then the god's home again.
God's home. Okay.
Back to our old routine, but presuming these are not actually murderers, which, while it's looking that way, I don't think it's ever safe to assume that until we know.
Okay.
We have a
Perhaps
little
we
bigger
could-
time frame.
Perhaps we could also just stop by the graveyard. With the groundskeeper missing, maybe something has changed there.
Okay. That doesn't hurt.
It's a good point.
And Louie's gonna look back at Xander and Stavik.
Xander will stare back.
Are you guys okay with that?
Xander will nod.
Of course. We have nothing, no other leads. I mean, aside from visiting the alley, making sure he didn't dump anything new for us to find.
It's like a love letter. How sweet of him.
Xander will frown a little bit.
It's
I
like,
think these might be some unrequited affections.
that's the kind I'm more familiar with. So, shall we?
Vamonos.
As we exit the place as well, Zu'lin's going to do a once-over just around, just in case we have any notes or anything left behind.
Yep. Seems to be quite as you left it the previous night.
Nothing on the front door.
Yeah, nothing,
Nope.
no notes.
No
anywhere.
hands. No hand
Oh, except
nailed to
this
the
thing
front
that
door.
says confession note, and so I'm sorry about the murders. I give up. You can find me at. Oh shit, we stepped on that part.
Oh no.
no.
Xander is going to bring his small canvas
Okay.
with him.
Have you seen this man?
He will wrap it up, though, so it's not just out there for everyone to look at.
Honestly, here's hoping that he's just given up on leaving bodies and nothing happened yesterday, so we're probably in the clear. I hope. I can hope.
Hope is a good thing.
I'm just trying to...
You think he's given up?
No. But maybe he's changing tactics to something more... not murdery. That would be cool. I'm cool with that.
Mhm. That would be cool.
Weird guy.
Yeah.
You still need to confront
Asshole.
him. So.
Alright.
Once we exit the building, Louie's gonna saddle up to Xander. Are you okay, dude?
He'll kind of tilt his head at Louie.
You're just very quiet. I want to make sure everything was all right.
More than usual.
He'll just give Louie a smile, like eyes closed, crinkle in the corners, and nod.
Okay.
All right, so first place first. We're going to the alley, the drop-off point.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Is that right?
might as well.
Just to make sure.
Just
Alright.
check her out.
Okay.
Find all the bodies stacked up like bowling pins with one rolled up.
Oh my god, that's fucked.
A little bit.
Yeah.
All right, you make your way to the lonely alley.
Fuck. Nothing here. Curse you, a-hole.
Hey, that's a good thing though. There's nothing here.
Well, yes, it's true. But I'd rather it be here than, like,
It's really cleaned up actually.
yeah. For how much people shit talk this city, the civil workers are really diligent.
Huh. Well, you know what? I'm happy there's nothing here. Maybe he did change.
I don't think so. As I've said, he needs to face justice for what he has done. But I don't want the murders to continue. I don't. He evades our grasp. We have nothing. Plus, our employers are looking for
God damn it.
confession.
What?
What? What I've done?
Oh yeah.
I should face justice for what I've done? What about them? What about the blood on their hands, huh?
We'll get to that.
What about all the people they've killed and keep killing? You know there were more last night. You knew
Who?
that, right? Or you didn't know already? Oh, you didn't know. There were more.
Are
3
you here
this
to work
time.
together?
In one night. 3. Yeah. You should go talk to your friends in the copper and see what they have to say, Face justice. Oh, I'll face justice all right. We'll all be facing justice. No one can escape it. It's waiting for all of us.
What?
Right there beyond.
Sir, what are you even talking about? Let's speak calmly.
Oh, now we want to speak calmly.
This is my first time.
There's
speaking
nothing
to you.
calm. There's nothing calm to be had. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. They're speeding up now. I don't know why, but they are. It's like they're trying to
Who is they?
squeeze this place dry. I wish I knew. Because if I did know who was doing this, I would stop them myself.
Well, then we'll make a proposal. You are truly interested in finding justice here. And if you are willing to account for the crimes you have committed once this is all done, then we will pool our resources.
The answer's with you. You could just ask it. Why don't you?
Louie.
Ask it.
Ask him. And he'll hold up his desiccated, fucked up, weird little hand. And as he does, it closes into a little fist and begins to kind of glow this pale green light. And as it does, it once again illuminates that there's a spectral creature flying above all of you, fluttering about. It's a large moth.
Xander will slowly raise his hand, palm facing upwards, and see if it reacts to it.
The moth?
Mm-hmm.
It'll flutter down and land on your hand.
He's going to take in a slow breath, and he's going to say, "Please. We need the answers. Share them with me."
too weak. It's too weak. Can't talk. It needs sustenance. It needs fuel. It needs food.
What is this fuel? What do we feed it?
Really good.
Life. Of course. Shaping life is hard. See? He holds up his mummified hand. It really takes a toll on you after a while. But it's worth it. Because once you get the hang of it, everything starts to make sense. It's good that there's another chosen in the city. I'm glad for it. It means that even if I fail, maybe someone else can pick up the pieces and put all this away.
I do actually
Explain
have a
this.
question.
Explain what?
Shaping life. Doing it properly. What does that mean?
You ought to know. Don't you? Or don't you? Maybe you don't. Maybe he doesn't know. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is going to be just awful. You're part of this. All of you are part of this. Because you've been picked. You've been chosen. It's right there on your hand. He gestures with his, left arm toward this moth creature that's still resting on your hand there. He's with you. And he wants to tell you. I'm sure he does. He wants to tell you everything. He just needs a little more.
How much
Could I
more?
sense motive on that?
Sure.
Um,
You absolutely can.
while Xander's kind of, you know what? I'll wait before I say something.
Sure.
Can we continue
Yeah.
with what Stavik was saying as well?
Sure. What were you saying? Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta push these because you're not gonna believe it. Oh, so good, so tasty,
Oh,
so
fuck.
tasty. Double nat ones.
I'll toss it.
Toss it. Nothing matters. Everything's
Nothing
cruel.
matters anymore. We're not something with nat ones now.
No.
Valentino is just too fucking annoyed with this dude to be like. Just,
You are kidding me. Was
I
that
will
another?
reroll that as well.
Stavik, that is also a nat one.
Nice.
No.
Delicious, delicious, delicious.
What
Yeah.
the tits?
We're getting all of it out of the way, guys. This is great. All the ones. Nummy num
Stavik will
nums.
ask,
So, as far as detecting whether or not this guy is telling you the truth, it's basically impossible to know. From those rolls, and also the fact that he seriously seems unhinged.
I don't know if he knows what the truth is.
Right. You're not sure if he knows what he's talking about, let alone whether he's telling the truth or not. But what were you saying, Stavik?
Stavik was going to ask, we don't know your name.
It's against
We-
the rules to tell you. Unless you're part of the circle.
Then how does one join?
Louie is going to make a symbol in the air and then write an L. And then stare at the man.
Oh. Oh, really? Okay. All right. And he falls backwards into the building behind him, vanishing
Where's
into shadows.
Damn
your
it.
moth?
Ugh.
Louie just calls out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
He appears behind Louie, and Bastion is gonna like flip around real quick. Knife already out. He gives a side eye to Louie, if he should stab or not.
Louie just has a hold palm first. Where's your moth?
I know. I never had one. You have the moth. I don't. I'm not asking you for the moth. Don't worry. You can keep him. He's interested in you anyway. I didn't get that. I got this. And he, look, again, sort of nods toward his mummified hand. It's a bit different,
I see that.
but
When did you get that?
a few months ago, I suppose.
How many?
Three and a half? 2?
Okay.
2.5.
All right.
Something in there. Time gets a little silly.
I'm sure it does. I understand.
And
Now,
it's you.
tell me,
He looks over at Zu'lin.
as you are not able to tell your name, could you perchance maybe shed some light on all these individuals with the markings on their stomachs?
Oh, the marks. He'll like reach his hands up to his head, and as he draws his fingers down, the mummified hand is going to claw the right side of his face. As he just sort of leaves, like-
easy.
What?
I'm so tempted to be like, whoa, easy. It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Hey,
It's okay.
hey. He's like, he draws his fingers down and just like cuts himself as he does. He goes, oh, those marks. They
Yeah.
are the bane of my existence. And when I find who's doing it, I will rip them apart.
I'll also
Okay.
do a sense motive.
Sure, go for it. Sense motive.
I think maybe reasonable. Probably.
Zu'lin, you get a sense this guy's probably telling the truth. He seems legitimately upset at whoever's making these marks. Stavik, you can't tell. You can't get a good read.
Eh.
This guy is just sort of unhinged.
Just as a side note, does Stavik have a mouth as well?
No, there's only one moth flying around you guys.
Okay,
And
okay.
It's currently landed on Xander.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, Xander, you got something on you.
Oh, Jesus.
We shouldn't be working separately. You said it yourself. You have that. We have him.
Mm-hmm.
If
We
it's
just-
separate, it won't work.
All the pieces need to come together, right?
Yes.
If it were only that easy. If it were only that easy. If we could get just a little more out of him. He'll tell us where the prison is. And then we can find him and release him. And all this will be over. Okay?
You do not know where the prison is.
I have seen flashes of it. Pieces, bits.
I see.
But I don't know where it is exactly. I'm going to find it. I just need a clue. Anything.
It's all
A
right.
lead. A starting point.
It's gonna be okay. We'll figure
No.
it out.
No.
Yes.
This thing that's killing people and taking parts of them. That's them. That's the others. That's the ones trying to stop all of this. It's probably the one that put him in a prison in the first place.
Okay.
Well, then we need to work faster.
3 more today. 3!
Yes, you
This
said
would have
that.
been 3 in a night. just
How long have they been doing this? If you know.
not long.
Okay.
Not long. They started after I started. I started putting out the signs, the warnings, the ones who started this. I started leaving them in places to be found, so that people could start putting the pieces together and figure this whole thing out.
The disciples.
But then the other ones started showing up. The ones marked. And then suddenly all of it's the same. Everyone talking about some killer that's going around stalking harmless women in the night. Those nobles are anything but harmless. You know what they've done. You at least understand. Of anyone in this city, you're probably the only ones that at least figured that much out.
What about the Duprees?
Well, their old one, Antonio, he was part of this. I made sure people would find out.
Why do they appear younger?
Because it worked. They stole his power. That's why this all happened.
Okay. Were they coming back to life then? No, they just
No.
appeared younger just over time.
They opened a door. Their stupidity, their greed, their boredom opened the door. And in that doorway, something else came through. Them, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I know, I see it every night when I sleep. I feel it cutting at me.
The maelstrom.
Yes. It's all wrong now. It's all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Every bit of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we need to take it back from the nobles? The power that they took from him?
Yeah. What do we need to do? We're new at this.
We need to find the prison. And we need to find the key. And we need to bring the key to the prison and let him out.
Okay. Do you know either?
I don't have much more than that.
Okay. That's okay.
I know that it's somewhere and it's dark and it's locked away. It's cold and wet. And there's echoes. Like the echoes of footsteps from far away. It's like it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
It's okay.
It's eyes. There's eyes in the dark.
Eyes in the dark.
Stavik will lean into to Xander. The sewer? Is he talking about rats and?
It's warm down there.
Is it indeed warm in these there sewers?
Is it on
This time of day?
Is the prison on our world?
Oh yes. Oh, it's on. It's here.
It's
not
here.
Here. Not here. Not here.
Not in
Here.
Luciana.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you're right.
Okay.
But it's close. It's close. It's not here though. But something is. And it's that, I think. And he'll point again toward the moth
Okay.
that is sitting now, like, just perched on Xander's hand.
Is he the key?
Maybe, but he can tell us. I know that he knows. He just can't talk yet.
And
He needs more.
what do
Why
we
are
need to
these
do
circles?
to give him more? I know you said life, right?
Someone needs to feed him. I can try, but I don't think it works that way.
Okay.
With
He's not
that,
he didn't come to me. He came to you. And there's a reason for it. One of you can do it. And I don't think it's me. I think if I tried, it might kill me. Or worse.
Xander, do you think it could be either you or me?
Xander is looking at the moth really intently, and he is
The-
going to. Yeah?
The moth is looking right back at you.
Aw.
Xander,
Yes, Louie.
I just don't want anyone to do anything rash that could hurt them.
It's gonna hurt no matter what, Louie. He's gonna look at A of the circle.
Mm-hmm.
I can think of 2 ways that I could do this. In theory. I don't know. I don't understand how it works, though.
There's no guidebook for what we're doing there, brother. There's no guidebook. We just have to wing it. That's all we can do.
Something doesn't add up, though. Why are the disciples still killing them? To feed this? To try and do the ritual again?
They're dead. We're all dead.
They-
The disciples are the ones that opened the door. They started this. They're gone now. Someone else has pushed their way in that same door. And that's when this all went wrong.
Killing just because?
No. No. Too similar. Too much pattern. Something taken from each body, marked
There.
with that circle.
What about the one that didn't have a part missing? What was that?
That was me.
You were trying to
I was trying
replicate
to trick
it?
them. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That was me trying to figure out what they're doing.
Okay. Did it
Don't
work?
think I don't think it worked.
Okay.
They never came to check it. I tried to set a trap for them. Didn't work. Didn't take. They never showed up. I
see.
thought they would come to take the piece, but they never did.
Well, now that makes sense.
Is the piece that needs to be put back in for him to be able to speak within you?
Don't know.
Then would you allow me to, in your words, shape your life energy to allow him to speak?
The irony. It's not lost on me, brother. Not
What
at
is-
all.
Louie's gonna grab Bastion's arm and just slowly bring him away. Just come here.
Irony is not lost on me. But if that's what it takes, if this is the only way to make it happen, then do it.
Are you certain?
The only thing I'm certain in is that he has to be let out of that prison. If he's not, we're all doomed. Everyone.
Xander is going to look to Louie.
And Louie is going to go up to Xander, and he is going to gesture his finger down a second.
Xander will lean over towards him.
Louie is gonna hug him around his, like, over behind his neck.
Xander is going to relax a little bit. He's not going to hug back, but he will relax a little bit and say, "Thank you, Louie."
I'm right here.
Understood.
And he'll slowly let go and go back to his heels because he had to go on his tippy toes a little bit.
On your tippy toes.
On his tippy
Yeah.
toes. And he's just looking up at Xander. And just taps his chest gently.
Xander will tap his chest as well, and he will walk up in front of A of the circle, and he's going to look at
He's
him.
gonna grab Val and move him away too.
Get outside the splash zone.
I would recommend you all
Clear by
take
blast.
several steps back.
Louie will move Bastion and Valentino by grabbing them, just
I'm
moving
gonna,
them back.
All right,
Valentino's actually going to
fine.
climb onto a roof just to be, like, so he can dive behind that if he has to.
Oh, hush up! You grab me all the time.
For the record, I really don't want anything to happen to you.
Look me in the eye. Do it. Come on. Let's see what you've got. Let's see why he chose you.
Xander is going to take one step back. He's going to take in a breath, and as he does, his sclera turn completely black, and his eyes become golden rings, and he's going to reach out his hands as if he is kneading clay, and I would like to try and shape his life energy.
All right. A lot of things are going to happen at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing is I would like you to please please set, let's see, I believe you can set your die rolls to private GM and just drop a d20 for me.
Okay, private or blind?
boy.
Blind if you don't mind.
Okay.
I want to throw up.
Blind.
I want to
Can you
throw
roll
up so
this,
bad.
this chart about which player character dies here? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yep, I got
We're
it.
going to roll this 3 times.
Oh, nice.
Yes!
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you.
Well, see, blind rolls don't really work so well if they just show up anyway, huh?
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. The important thing is what happens.
The audience
is
saw
you reach down inside yourself and you tap into a well of power that is deep and very, very difficult to understand or control. And you unleash that. You move it. You basically, as like a conduit, you move that energy out from deep within you, down your arm, down your wrist into your hand, down your fingers, and then outward toward this man. What's going to happen is, though there is no visual signal from Xander, like there's no light show when he does this. He simply holds his hand out toward this guy, and as he does, you're going to see this man. His head is going to wrench backward with such force, like he's just been struck with a heavy blow, And as he does, the skin of the left side of his face is going to sort of shear and peel itself off, like there's a great deal of energy striking him, and sort of rending his body apart as it does that. He stumbles backward, screaming, and the arc of this energy, which is once it strikes him, it sort of carries this almost green-looking, I suppose, smoke or mist would probably be the best way to put it. Sort of pulls out of the wound on his head and curls around in a wide arc and comes back in front of Xander, where it slowly swirls around the antenna of this moth that is going to quickly reach up and kind of grab at this stuff and pull it into its little moth mouth.
Oh.
He is going to fall to one knee, and he's going to spit blood out of his mouth. It looks like the left side of his face has been fully just like destroyed. You can see bits of his skull through what looks almost like charred flesh at this point. And he grits his teeth, and in a big grin, he says, I hope this works. And he is going to collapse onto the ground and melt away.
We got him.
How does Xander feel physically, mentally, spiritually after that? Just to figure that out.
About the same, I guess. About the same. You feel like that you were somehow spared the negative effects of that. You're not sure why exactly.
Xander is
this moth that's still kind of sitting on your hand, that is now gulped down all of that energy that was in the air. It is going to take off again and begin just gently fluttering about in front of you. The green light from this guy's hand is gone, by the way. But even though that green light is gone, all of you can still see this moth. It now is fully visible, though it still is semi-transparent, so it's not fully corporeal.
Mm-hmm.
And it does still emit a gentle green glow all the time. But now it's visible to all of you at all the time. So there it is. There is now a moth flying around.
Xander is gonna look at the moth for a brief second, and then he's gonna run and like drop to his knees, kind of like clutching at the ground where this guy was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was immediately south of where Stavik is standing.
Okay.
So.
Are you okay?
I don't know, Louie. He is going to... He's going to take the pointy end of his halberd and he's gonna like jab himself on the hand.
Xander.
And he'll step directly onto that space where Stavik is. And he's going to draw a circle in the ground. And he's going to try and see if he can call him up. If that's a thing that he can do.
You don't feel any spirits here or any recently departed.
Oh no. That moth ate him. Xander, I don't. The moth. I think the soul is inside the moth.
The moth will flutter over and land on Stavik's shoulder.
Hello there.
It looks at you curiously.
Who might you be?
Please.
Can you
Let me-
show us the way?
Just lead us to these. What we call them?
Didn't say
I
it.
don't.
Them.
We
I
just
don't
call them
know.
them.
What about the prison?
Where is
Oh.
it?
The moth is going to look at Stavik and then turn to kind of look at each of you. And a voice is going to issue out. A voice is going to issue out, seemingly from the air around you. It doesn't exactly sound like it's coming from the moth. It sounds like it's coming from almost in all directions. It sounds otherworldly. And I do hope this works properly, but we'll see. The voice you hear is scratchy and faint. It sounds distant almost. But what it says is one word. Pinterest.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Get the fuck up every campaign, love it.
God damn the Pinterest!
Hell yeah.
And as that one word is uttered, the moth is going to become less visible. It seems to fade out a little bit.
Thank you.
Xander will reach out for it.
It crawls up, it flutters over, and lands on your hand.
I'm sorry.
It just starts walking up your arm.
Xander will let his arm fall to the side as it does this.
Mm-hmm. Just ends up crawling up onto your shoulder, staying there for a little bit.
So it sounds like we got to skip town to pursue this.
I mean, at least we can say we've solved this.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. How are we going to explain to them that we solved the murder?
I don't know.
I mean,
Like-
it's not like we don't have things at our disposal that can totally melt somebody. As far as they know. So, like, we gotta. What if we have, like, figure out where we're going? Be like, if there's no bodies turn up in like 10 days, then you have your proof we did it.
Okay.
If anyone else has the ideas, I'm open to them.
Yeah, but like he said himself, he didn't like kill the people with the marks. And
Yeah,
they
but we're
were-
getting fucking paid, man.
All right,
Valentino.
cool. But like,
But
if
the
we
thing
say that we
is-
solved the murders and then these marked bodies keep showing up, they're gonna be like, "Hey, you didn't stop the murders."
But they don't
Let's-
show up, right? Because he was the one digging them up.
I
Let's
don't.
go.
I don't think
These
so.
are two separate.
Like, we're still
uh,
solving it, but
entities.
like, I don't know. I'm not totally convinced that the queries are not involved. You know?
Let's
At
go
least in
see
some
those three
level.
bodies. Let us go see the three bodies that happened last night.
Louie's going to gently kneel down and touch Xander's shoulder.
Xander will look up at Louie.
What do you need right now?
I need to be able to fix things. I need to be able to help.
You're able to do those things.
Is it more important that we go to Pentress?
if he wasn't able to get the answers and he was willing to give up his own life and his afterlife in order to hear that answer, I can only imagine that it must be more important.
Okay.
Alright, look, we don't need to collect the payday. A little treasure does not hurt, but it is not why we do this, is it?
Valentino?
Skadar, yeah.
Tell the Duprees we caught the person and dealt with them and take someone with you. I don't want you to be alone. And then the rest of us will deal with the Copper Brotherhood. Okay?
I could deal with the stodgy nobles.
Okay.
Yeah,
They seem to like you pretty decently, oddly enough, Valentino, so.
See what's all about that, but alright. Let's go.
Look, I
And
just...
before we go, I'm quite confused if you're going to be telling the nobles that we caught the individual that technically...
We caught a individual.
Well, tell them that we
there
killed
will, Yes, but there will continue to be...
Louie just makes a gesture, like,
murders.
under his neck, like, shut the fuck up.
Well, it's my understanding that this individual was bringing the murders to everyone's attention. Without his help, no one would really know.
Xander is gonna say slowly, perhaps they're only here in Luciana because he was here in Luciana. Perhaps that's why
Like, they
I
followed
was
him?
here in Luciana too. Perhaps now that he is gone,
But
they
Don't know
will
if I want
follow
to bank
me.
on that. We'll see.
Are they going to start following you now?
Perhaps.
we'll deal with it.
I can head to Pentris on my own. And
Nah.
The hell
nah,
with
fuck
that?
that.
No,
Fuck that.
I don't want anyone else.
To get in on the adventure?
Guess what there, Xando? Too fucking bad. We're not leaving you. And you're not leaving us. So get used to that.
And we're a little bit connected at the moment, so where I go, you go.
Mm-hmm.
Xander looks like he is fighting back tears.
Hey. I don't know about you, but it seems like the rest of us are particularly bad at dying. So, in the very... You're still... Shut the fuck up. Stavik.
He was gonna be like-
You're still technically around. Shut the fuck up. Your soul's right
That's
here.
saying that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the bad as staying dead. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good skill.
So, we're in the thick of it. With you. And besides, he said it chose you, kind of in the, like, plural you. So, since we all can see him, doesn't that mean we need to stick with you anyways? Be kind of rude to him.
I suppose so.
No one deserves to be just left alone anyways and put up to some sort of disgusting slaughter that whatever that is happening.
So how about me and Val go over and try to convince the Duprees that this shit's done.
Yeah, get
Uh,
money. That way
we'll
we
get
can
money.
get out of here easily.
And then you guys head back to the office, get shit you need to get, and then we'll meet at the
Should we
Blessed Oven.
talk to the coppers at
and,
all, or?
Why?
Okay.
But we
Yeah.
should meet at the Blessed Oven and use that gift certificate
One last
before
meal.
we leave town.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Seems like a good plan.
Louie is going to kind of move around so that he's face to face with Xander. Hey.
Yes, Louis.
So, my sister, at points like these, would always offer hugs. I don't know if that's something that you like, really, but I am offering a hug, I think. If that would
Would it-
help you.
Be okay to hug you back?
Yes, absolutely, Xander.
I will take one hug then, please.
And Louis just holds out his arms, just letting Xander do this.
Xander will step in and he'll just very gently bring his hands to, I guess, Louis's back. It's not a firm hug at all. It's very, very loose.
Mm-hmm. Louis will just gently with his left hand just kind of like use kind of the tips of his fingers to just go down Xander's back. Just gently. I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to do that to him, Louis.
I know.
I don't even have his name. There's nothing left of him.
What about that thing on Stavik's cloak? Do you think that's gone?
No, I guess it might still be there.
If we find his name, it's not against rules once he's departed. We can give him a proper Owen funeral. Okay?
All right.
It's okay. We'll make sure it's
Thank
not a
you.
waste, okay? It won't be.
Thank you, Louis. I hope so.
It won't be.
He'll fall silent.
It's okay. I've got you. And Louis will just keep doing that in silence, just letting Xander work through that.
Xander will get a little bit limper and limper as he just kind of releases the tension in his body a little bit while still standing upright.
Okay. Yeah.
And after some time, he will pull back from Louis and wipe his eyes. I appreciate that, Louis.
If you're ever feeling like that, you can always come find me. I'll be there for you, okay?
He swallows. All right. And
Okay.
the same is true for you.
Thank you. My sister's advice tends to work, so it's pretty good, right?
She is a star.
We shall see.
I suppose we shall.
Louis is gonna look to Valentino. I think Bastion's got a head start on you.
I'll just move my token. Too involved in the conversation.
So, Sebastian and Valentino head out of the alleyway and make their way over toward the Dupree estate. What is the rest of the party up to?
Stavik will go up to Zu'lin and say, should we at least examine the 3 new bodies?
I suppose that would be quite helpful. Yes, let's report to the Copper Brotherhood and see if there's been any reports.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Louie, I'm going to go with Zu'lin to examine the new victims, as it were. We will reconvene at the office shortly.
Sure. What stuff? Maybe I can help at least prep the rooms. What stuff do you want taken out of your room, just so that we're ready to go?
I have everything I need right here.
All right. Don't be long.
By your order.
Just put my cart in the downstairs alchemy station. I should be able to quickly retrieve everything I need.
Okay.
Clang, clang.
Be
I
safe.
will. Yes, please be safe.
Of course, we haven't encountered anything else other than this individual after all.
I suppose so.
And we'll
Let me
start
try at the
making our way.
office.
Alrighty. So that leaves just Louie and Xander there in the alleyway.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Are you okay to stand on your own? It's okay if not. I'll help.
Yes, I am okay to stand on my own, Louie.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. I need to be stronger.
Sounds familiar.
I suppose it does.
But it's okay to ask for help.
I know, Louie, and I appreciate that. I will.
Okay. Let's get packed up then. And Louis will lead the way towards our office, but he'll mostly be keeping in pace with Xander. And it just looks like he's mostly looking at him, but from time to time he glances up at the moth.
It's still barely visible.
Xander will follow along, but he has his eyes on the moth as well, for the most part.
All right. So you guys go that direction. Who would like to talk, or who would like to do the next bit? Valentino or Zu'lin and Stavik?
I think it'd be pretty quick to do
Yeah,
the
okay. Cool.
copper stuff.
Okay. So Zu'lin, Stavik, the two of you head to the Copper Brotherhood station. As you arrive, you can see there is a bit of a panic there, as apparently only a few short hours ago, not one, not two, but 3 bodies were discovered in town. All of them killed in similar ways, with marks cut across their abdomen.
Cuts across their abdomen? But, so they're
the-
all the same for this one.
They were all killed in the same manner. Yeah.
Ooh. Interesting.
Appears
Do
to be
they all look
piercing.
related?
2 of them are in fact sisters.
For some reason, just asking this, do we recognize any of them?
Unlikely. They're currently at the God's Home. So
Okay,
if you
okay,
want to head,
okay.
is that where you guys were heading? Or were you heading to the Copper Brotherhood's
Well,
HQ?
he said that they asked the Copper Brotherhood when we were talking
Okay.
to A
Mhm.
of the Circle.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
Who isn't A of the circle, probably? Since he didn't make the marks, right?
Well, not anymore.
He DED dead.
Ooh.
Worse than dead.
Not worse than dead, actually. He did
Yeah.
his service to his god.
True.
And also, just everyone who's dead right now is worse off.
Yeah, honestly. So, like, honestly,
Mm.
not the worst. I mean, it's not like he got eaten by, like, a lost soul or something. Like,
Mm-hmm.
better death.
Yeah,
Better
that'd be
death.
rough,
That
wouldn't
would
it?
be rough, wouldn't it?
It would be a pretty bad way to go.
Would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost torturous. Maybe worse than the current Maelstrom.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh.
Well,
Yeah, so
no,
what's the Copper Brotherhood say?
So they say that the bodies are currently at the God's Home, but they were both murder scenes were located near the center of town. One dead body at one, and then the other two, the pair of sisters, at the other. All killed with piercing weapons, all marked in the same way that you're familiar with.
Piercing weapons? I thought you said it was a slash.
Oh,
Well, the marks on the stomach are slashing, but, like, I think
yes.
it's been different.
It's been
Yes.
different for different ones of them, but
Yeah.
these are all piercing damage. Were what killed these people.
I thought you said that there was a slash across the abdomen.
No, he's just saying that
That's-
the mark
that's
abdomen
the
is
mark.
slashed. The mark
Oh, okay.
are little slashes. Yeah. But they were all three killed by piercing attacks.
Thank you for your service. Off to the
Yeah, we'll go to the God's home.
God's Home.
Yeah, you can head to the God's Home, and you can easily find them there. Three young women are currently there that are new. All of them appear to be between the ages of 18 and 35, and they are all marked in the way that you are familiar with seeing at this point.
Mhm.
Feel free to make a heal check. We'll just do one for all three, and I'll tell you what you can figure out about them.
You got it. Oof, not great.
Not
That's
super
10.
great. So it's difficult to tell, but you're pretty sure. It takes you a while, basically, to figure it out. But you're pretty sure that they're all missing parts. The one of them is missing like their right femur, which is odd.
Wiggly leg.
Another one, they're each missing something.
Okay.
And what's
Wait.
strange is,
They're bones?
yeah, the bone is missing. Yeah.
Not the bones. Uh-oh.
So, one of them's missing a femur, and the other two are missing other parts. It's inconsequential. One thing to note, though, is that so far, none of the bodies have been missing the same part.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's cool.
We know what's happening here.
Yeah, we're
So-
already.
something
We're already
being
yeah.
told here.
Mhm.
Right.
hide your kids, hide
I
you
know
off
you-
the stealing your bones.
So
Not
how
kids.
fresh are these bodies?
Quite fresh. This is so. It would currently be about, we'll say, 8 a.m. right now, and they probably died within the last 6 hours. So quite fresh.
Okay.
In fact, the sisters have already been identified.
Oh, who are they?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
As?
Martina and Zyra Cole.
Not Martina.
Right. I would like to perform an operation on one
Okay.
of these bodies.
All right.
And from the extraction, I want to see, does it appear that the cells are potentially viable and partially alive still? Based on how old they've been dead.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the cells at this point have died.
Okay.
Without oxygenation, they're mostly going to die off pretty quick.
Okay. Yeah, Azul just tosses.
They might last like 25 minutes, something like that. I mean, I don't know. I didn't never went to medical school. Skrewy,
Mhm.
how long does a cell in the body last without oxygen? You went to med school longer than I did.
Yeah.
This will be on the test.
It depends. That's the weird thing. It depends.
Sure.
Uh, think of a transplant.
Okay. So just real quick, what's the longest a piece of the body's gonna live after
it's
the
for-
heart stops?
Without refrigeration,
Yeah. Room temperature. Yeah. So in this case,
couple hours at most.
but like 6
Yeah.
hours, all dead.
It's all starting to kind of start to decay. It's all
Okay. Cool.
It wouldn't be no.
That's all I needed. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that, Zu'lin. After 6 hours, body is all dead.
Okay.
The bacteria in the gut, mind you, that's fine. That'll keep going.
Mm-hmm.
But that's bacteria.
We're talking about very specialized cells, though. So
Yeah.
sounds good.
Okay. I will do some medical research to make sure, but I will throw my hands up and say I don't really know.
All right, so we will head back, I assume, after that, to our base of operations.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So then, Bro and Valentino?
Sure.
You guys are going
Interesting.
over to the Duprees?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Apparently, according to Google, 2012 research says that certain cells can survive up to 17 days. Okay, well, fuck me.
Well, okay then.
I didn't realize that. So,
The less sensitive ones. Because not the organ itself, it's just
no.
cells.
Right.
Yeah.
I assumed that without oxygenation they would die pretty fast, but apparently that is not the case. So, yeah, Zu'lin, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, I'll take one from each.
Cool, you got it. Success.
Huzzah.
Sucks, yes.
Sucks, yes.
Sucks ass.
So, as you finish that and get that all working out, Valentino, you and Bastion make your way to House Dupree, and you knock upon the front door. Tovers is going to open up that door and look at you as if you were just once again a stray animal that has shown up on his doorstep.
You
And
should
he
be
is
happy.
going-
We're finally here with results.
Very well. And he will allow you inside the building.
Thank you.
You and Bastion are left in the sitting room for just a little bit of time before you're eventually ushered in to the main area of the music room where the Duprees are sat about. And this is early morning. It's about 8:30 or so. So they're, they've just had their breakfast, and now they're currently reading the paper and having people visit. It is, of course, visiting hour this early. So they wait. They watch you, and they're waiting for what you have to say.
Morning. I'd like to. I'm pleased to tell you that we conducted our investigation successfully. We found the killer. Fortunately, there was an altercation. Magic got involved, as it often does for powerful individuals such as ourselves, and we found him, and the body was completely destroyed in our attack. Obviously,
We
this
got
means
him.
we don't have a lot of evidence to produce, and I realize that is suspect. So, I propose to you this: Our adventure is going to take us next to the Pinterest estates. We will have to make post haste. For that reason, we will be gone, but that means that if the murders do not occur again for, say, 10 more days, you can forward any payment to our new location at the time. We'll send you a letter or something.
Lady Dupree hears you out and discusses, whispers a few things back and forth with Raphael. And then she'll turn and say, very well. If you believe you have indeed stopped the killer, and there are no additional bodies found in the next 10 days to indicate otherwise, very well. I would consider your mission successful and the killer dealt with. I certainly would have preferred there to be more clear indication that you had succeeded so that we would have been able to perhaps benefit more directly from this, but
I understand. Trust me, I feel the same way.
You have done your business and duty admirably, and competence is rewarded. So I will see it done if everything comes out as you predict it will.
Yeah.
I look forward to your letter.
Give a smile there, and the kids say, I wish I could stay longer, but unfortunately, adventure calls. It's a call that must be answered. So, with my mission, I bid my due. So, a flourished bow, kind of talking Bastion. All right, let's go. Before we fuck this up.
Bastion will start backing out of the room. He's like, smell you later.
This fucking guy.
And the
2 seconds.
the two of you leave the building, and you make your way back toward...
I have one stop I want to make before we go back.
Yes.
Valentino's going to stop at the Temple of Gagarian.
Okay.
And after interacting with the priest at the door to go inside, I'm just going to go straight to the altar, put a hand on it, and say, well, I don't know if I can say justice has been meted out, as I think we have perhaps done inequivalent damage, something that cannot be undone. But the one who is responsible for the death of your followers is gone. And I will make sure to atone for what we have done in response. And I'll leave a gold coin.
There we go. All right. So everybody makes their way then around the city to where the places they need to go. Xander and Louie make your way back to the offices and grab all of your valuables that you can and lock up the office.
Yeah. Louie needs help getting that fucking cart down the stairs.
So you gather all your valuables together. The two of you do that, lock the office up, and you all make your way to the Blessed Oven to have one final meal before departing the city. And as you arrive there, that is where we will be calling it an evening.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good one.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode's soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.